Good evening, everyone. I'm calling to order the Housing Authority of the City of Salem for Monday, August 24th, 2026. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Commissioner Tigan?
Present.
Commissioner Matthews?
Here.
Vice Chair Gwynn?
Here.
Commissioner Brown?
Present.
Commissioner Vang?
Here.
Commissioner Nordyke?
Here.
Commissioner Varney?
Here.
Chair Nishioka?
I'm here. Thank you very much. We will all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, and it is over here. Thank you, everyone. Again, I like to let people know when we have 3 agendas. So some of you may be new. We're doing the Salem Housing Authority, so we'll gavel in and out of that one. Then we have the Urban Renewal. We'll gavel in and out of that. And then we get to the City Council meeting. So again, that's just for information so that you can follow along. Vice Chair, do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda?
We do not.
Thank you. We do have a fair amount of public comment, so I will begin. I will remind everyone that you will step up to the podium. There's a little button. It's sort of a skinny horizontal button that you will press. You'll see green lights come on. So that needs to be on so that we can all hear you. You will have 3 minutes. You'll see the timer going. Please try to finish in 3 minutes or we'll need to stop you. So just be aware of that. I'll call probably 2 names at a time. So after one is spoken, I'll call up another name so that people can get lined up so we can get through this. So the first, I'll call first 3. Virginia Moore, I think, and Greg Wilding, and Troy Rodriguez. We're ready to hear you.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Virginia Moore, and I live in Ward 4. I am speaking in strong support for the partnership between Habitat for Humanity and Salem Housing Authority to acquire and rehabilitate homes for affordable home ownership through the Habitat Home Ownership Program. Salem Housing Authority and Habitat have been working on this partnership for 2 years. It has been 2 years of time and financial commitment for staff of both organizations. The homes are federally funded and cannot be sold unless approved by HUD. Not only has the approval been received from HUD, but at the previous meeting in July of 2025, the sale of the properties was approved by council members, including Councilman Matthews. Commissioner Matthews' plan would sell the homes at market value, taking them out of the affordable housing market. He is also not wanting the partnership between Shaw and Habitat to move forward until his plan has been reviewed by Shaw. We have a serious housing shortage, and the people who need Habitat the most have been shut out time and time again by rising costs and rising mortgage rates, making it unaffordable through normal down payment and mortgage channels. Habitat can help so many families if given the chance with these homes through this partnership. Habitat has a proven track record of building and rehabilitation of affordable housing. The partnership with Shaw and Habitat will benefit families now and in the future, making stronger, healthier families and stronger communities. My husband and I have been longtime supporters, over 25 years. We have worked hand in hand with Habitat on build sites. I am a committee member, and my husband is a past board chair, and we are longtime donors. This is a vitally important program to this community, and we don't want to see these homes lost from affordable homeownership. Let's not move backwards. Let's keep the momentum going. Habitat is ready to move forward with these properties. The work has already been done to get this plan into action, so let's make it happen. We ask that you honor the commitment that has already been made and approved. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Virginia, for your Thank you, Virginia, for your testimony. And also, I appreciate you said your ward. I neglected to say in my preamble that when you come to the podium, you'll need to give your name, your address of the ward. So we are now ready for Greg.
All right, my name is Greg, and I guess I'm from Kaiser. I don't know what ward that is. All right, good evening, commissioners. My name is Greg Wolfing, and I'm a resident of Kaiser. I am a veteran, and my family bought our home through Habitat program 8 years ago. I'm here tonight to speak in strong support of the partnership between Habitat for Humanity of the Mid-Willamette Valley and the Salem Housing Authority to acquire publicly owned homes and preserve them as affordable home ownership opportunities for local families. For the past 2 years, Habitat for Humanity and the Salem Housing Authority have worked together to develop a plan for these homes, and with the support and direction of this commission, a tremendous amount of time, resource, and planning have already gone into making this opportunity possible. I believe it's important to remember who these homes are ultimately about, people and families in our communities. Affordable housing is especially important to those of us living on fixed income, including veterans and people living with disabilities. Having a safe, stable, and affordable place to call home can make an enormous difference in someone's life. For many people, home ownership can feel completely out of reach. That shouldn't be the case simply because someone has a disability, lives on a limited income, or has spent their life serving our country. These homes represent an opportunity to change that, and the longer this decision is delayed, the more it costs everyone. The Salem Housing Authority continues to face holding costs while Habitat faces increasing construction costs. But beyond the financial cost, there is another cost that I believe is even more important: the cost to the families who are waiting. Every delay means another family remains locked out of home ownership and the stability, security, and opportunity that comes with having a home of their own. Salem is facing a serious housing crisis. Working families, veterans, people with disabilities, and those living on fixed incomes are struggling to find affordable housing, let alone an opportunity to become homeowners. The need is not going away. These homes are more than just buildings. They represent stability, they represent dignity, and they represent opportunity. They represent the chance for families to build a future that they can be proud of. Habitat for Humanity has the leadership, the volunteers, supporters, and community behind them to move forward with these homes. I respectfully ask the commissioners to continue moving forward with this partnership and not let the work of the past 2 years go to waste. Please help make these affordable home ownership opportunities a reality for the families who need them most. Thank you for your time and for your listening, and for the work you do for our communities.
Thank you for your testimony. We now have Troy to come to the podium, and then following him will be Justin Morris and then Catherine Osborne. So push that little button.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Troy Rodriguez, and I live in Staten. I am here in support of Habitat for Humanity. I became a Habitat homeowner through the advice of some very good people who guided me to the homeownership program. My family and I are enormously grateful to the program for the program it puts on. As a hardworking one-income household, it is hard to live in society where the cost of living is unforgivably continuing to rise. Habitat for Humanity made homeownership, which seemed to be impossible, possible for my family and I. Since being in our new home, the heavy feeling of being in an overcrowded, overpriced, and unsafe apartment we felt absolutely stuck in has completely lifted from us. The opportunity to be in our own home that we can actually afford, with room to breathe and grow, is something that we are forever grateful for. We hope many other families in our position get the opportunity to experience what Habitat for Humanity and their extraordinary team made possible for us. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. As Justin comes up, after Catherine is Jerry Ambrose.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Justin Morris. My place of business is located in Ward 2. I see some familiar faces here and some new faces. Some of you may know me as the local lender and manager at Guild Mortgage, and others may know me from other walks of life. I'm here today to support the partnership between Salem Housing Authority and Habitat for Humanity. The question is not simply how many dollars can be generated from the sale of these homes. The question is which approach creates the strongest long-term homeowners, preserving housing affordability, and maximizes the likelihood of successful home ownership for families who are ready to own a home but need a pathway to get there. I've had the honor of working with Habitat homebuyers like Troy, using the Oregon Housing Community Services loan products for low-income households that also provide down payment assistance. As I go through the closing process with Habitat homebuyers, it is clear that they are financially responsible and ready for home ownership. They just need an opportunity to buy a house they can afford. Many traditional mortgage programs allow substantially higher debt-to-income ratios, offering loans that can be around 50 to 57% of their gross income. While these programs expand access to home ownership, this approach at times can create financial stress that impacts the family's ability to stay in their homes long-term. Habitat for Humanity's model is specifically designed to create sustainable, successful homeowners, not simply increasing the number of transactions. Their homeownership program limits their housing cost to 30% of their gross income, which matches the definition of affordable home ownership. This is more stringent than any traditional financing and results in long-term housing stability, along with helping families to continue building savings and wealth. The Housing Authority's mission is not solely to maximize immediate revenue. It is to create housing outcomes that benefit families and the broader community over the long term. Habitat has decades of experience in preparing low-income families for home ownership. By transferring these homes to Habitat, the Housing Authority is leveraging a proven non-profit partner whose entire mission is the creation of successful home ownership. While selling the homes at fair market value might generate more immediate dollars for down payment assistance, the Habitat model creates highly qualified homeowners, promoting sustainable affordability, strengthens the neighborhoods, and delivers lasting community benefits that align directly with the Housing Authority mission. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Your name and your address or your ward, and then go right ahead.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Katrina Osborne. I'm a resident of Ward 3 in Salem. Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm the Director of Programs at Habitat for Humanity of the Mid-Willamette Valley. At last month's Commission meeting, I shared about how Habitat's home ownership program works. Tonight, I want to share who our homeowners are and why this partnership matters. Over the past 35 years, we have partnered with 103 families to purchase their homes. These families were not given homes for free. Instead, they worked hard, completed our program requirements, and closed on a home they can actually afford. Our homeowners are resilient. I think of one family who applied 3 times, but faced barriers that kept them from qualifying. After continuing to work towards their dream of owning a home, they applied a 4th time, and in 2018, they bought their home in South Salem. Our homeowners are also hardworking members of our community. They work in healthcare, the schools, trades, at nonprofits, ministry, refugee services, and for the state. Some have even been able to start businesses because they finally have a mortgage they can afford. These businesses strengthen our local economy and provide valuable service to Salem residents. As the Director of Programs, I meet with families every day who dream of owning a home, but realize that door is closed to them. This is why our partnership with the Salem Housing Authority is so important. It gives Habitat an opportunity to get affordable homes ready for families faster than we could with new construction alone. I want to remind you that in July 2025, this commission approved our partnership and asked us to prioritize Shaw residents, families working with CBEL, families living in the neighborhood where homes are located, and veterans. And as an equal housing opportunity provider, we will implement those preferences in accordance with fair housing laws. But if Commissioner Matthews' proposal moves forward, low-income families who meet those preferences will continue to be excluded from home ownership. This commission, along with staff at Shaw and Habitat, have already invested significant time and thought into this partnership. Local working families are counting on us to work together to keep affordable homes from becoming lost to market rate prices. So, I want to ask you, are you really willing to look a teacher, healthcare worker, construction worker, or state employee in the eye and tell them, you work here, you serve this community daily, but you are excluded from home ownership? I'm not. Habitat is committed to strengthening Salem by building homes, community, and hope. And this is why I strongly support our partnership with the Salem Housing Authority. Thank you for your time, and thank you for hearing us.
Thank you. Jerry, before you get started, I just want to say that then following you, it would be Dina Mickinson, Alejandro Murad, following you. So thank you. Go right ahead.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jerry Ambaris, and I'm the Executive Director of Habitat for Humanity of the Mid-Willamette Valley, located in Ward 2. I'm here tonight to speak in support of Habitat for Humanity's partnership with the Salem Housing Authority on the Scattered Site Initiative. Delaying this partnership so staff can evaluate another option will cost both organizations time and money. Every month these homes sit vacant, Salem Housing Authority continues to pay holding and maintenance costs, along with staff time to monitor the homes. The longer they remain empty, the more expensive the repairs will be for Habitat for Humanity once rehabilitation begins. Vacant homes can also attract vandalism and other problems that hurt both the housing authority and the surrounding neighborhoods. The real question isn't whether Salem Housing Authority could make more money by selling these properties at market value. Of course they could. The question is whether getting the highest sales price delivers the greatest public benefit to the community. These homes are public assets that were funded by HUD. The greatest value isn't in generating the biggest financial return. The greatest value is creating affordable home ownership opportunities for people who otherwise couldn't afford to buy a home. HUD has already approved the sale of these homes, of these properties to Habitat, because our model has been a proven track record of helping hardworking families become homeowners. By partnering with Habitat for Humanity, the Salem Housing Authority has a unique opportunity to turn existing rental properties into affordable home ownership. Habitat brings volunteer, labor, private donations, grants, and affordable mortgage financing to the table, leveraging these existing housing assets. And our impact doesn't stop with these homes. As Habitat homebuyers make their mortgage payments, those funds are reinvested into building more affordable homes. We've been doing this successfully in our community for 35 years. Also, Habitat for Humanity has the staff, resources, and expertise needed to renovate these homes and complete the complex work of converting duplexes and triplexes into separate legal lots for individual ownership. We project on investing roughly $150,000 in renovation per home on top of acquisition costs. If these properties are sold on the open market, they are likely to be purchased by cash investors who will continue to operate them as market rate rentals. That outcome does little to expand affordable housing or create pathways to home ownership for low-income families. This partnership is about more than a real estate transaction. It's about helping working families build sustainable, equitable, and a future through affordable home ownership. We believe that that is the greatest public benefit to our community. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
It's on, so you can go ahead and get started.
Great, thank you. My name's Adina Mickelson, and I'm a resident of Ward 4. I'm the Director of Resource Development at Habitat for Humanity of the Mid-Willamette Valley, and I also am here to express my support for this partnership. As I reviewed the FirstKeys fund proposal, 3 things stood out to me. First, the proposal appears to exclude low-income homebuyers who need the most help. Income restrictions are not part of the proposal. According to the Salem Housing Production Strategy that was published last year, the median home price in Salem is $435,000. Even with the maximum down payment assistance of $100,000 that's described in the proposal, a household would still need to afford a mortgage of roughly $335,000. According to the Salem Housing Production Strategy, it describes that a household who can afford that mortgage would be earning $110,000 or more per year. Meanwhile, the strategy report tells us that a working family earning 60% of the area median income, which is the households that Habitat serves, Those households earn about $55,000 a year, and they can afford a maximum home price of $164,000. So even with the down payment assistance that's being described, there's no market rate housing inventory in Salem that's affordable to these families. That raises an important question. Who is this program actually designed to help? I also noticed that the FirstKeys Fund is not clearly limited to first-time home buyers. While the name suggests first-time homeownership, the proposal does not establish that as a criteria. What would prevent someone from renting out their current home and then using the down payment assistance program to purchase another primary residence that meets the program requirements? A second point I want to make is that in my role as a fundraiser, I understand that there's different rules and regulations for federal, state, and local funding. The scattered site homes are HUD properties and subject to federal requirements. I have doubts about how those properties could be liquidated and transferred to the City of Salem to create and administer an endowment fund. The last thing I want to point out is that the cities identified as models for the FirstKeys program did not fund their down payment assistance by liquidating federally owned housing properties. Some of those cities funded their programs through a construction excise tax. That distinction matters when looking at other cities as examples. If the partnership with Habitat is put on pause while Salem Housing Authority staff evaluates a new use for these properties, as mentioned, they'll sit vacant, construction costs will rise. I urge you to continue the partnership between Habitat and Salem Housing Authority. It helps the Housing Authority fulfill their obligation to HUD, and it helps Habitat for Humanity create more housing. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And before our next person, the two additional people that follow are Caroline Yaxley and Tim, I think it's Higley, or I think. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and commissioners. My name is Alejandra and I live in Ward 4. I am a board member with Habitat for Humanity and the daughter of Habitat homeowners. Our family bought our home in 2012 as I was entering sophomore year in high school, and my sisters were entering elementary and middle school. Moving into our permanent home meant stability, safety, and accommodations for my brother with cerebral palsy. The impact that Habitat had on me, I was able to focus completely on my studies, become a mental health therapist, and be a safe space for hundreds of patients. In my role as a therapist serving patients from all backgrounds and income brackets, I'm aware of the significant financial stress affecting all and leading to increased risk factors for depression, anxiety, and relapse. Currently, it is reported by CNBC that 75% of Americans report feeling financial stress. And I see it in my work every day. Although down payment assistance programs may help someone get into the door of their home, Habitat's approach is to make sure the person's able to stay in their home. The reality is that people are feeling stressed not solely because they cannot afford a house, but mainly because they cannot afford their basic essentials such as food, hospital bills, medications, and utilities. Habitat's goal is to give people a seed and everything they need to help their seed grow. If we had a magic wand that gave every renter $30,000 for down payment, the housing market would still be broken. That is because the bigger problem is that we have a shortage of affordable houses and a growing number of homes owned by capital-seeking investors. I would like to leave you with this thought I've learned in my years of being a therapist, is that complex problems don't have simple solutions. People, and also considering, some of these questions, who is this down payment or assistance really helping? Who is it really benefiting? And am I choosing a Band-Aid or am I choosing a life-sustaining treatment? Thank you for your time.
Hello, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Caroline Yaxley, and I live in Ward 4 of Salem. My husband and I have worked with a nonprofit here in Salem for 22 years. We have 3 kids. Before having the opportunity to buy a Habitat for Humanity home, We lived in a 40-year-old double-wide trailer that was falling apart. We worked hard and we loved what we did, but we knew that we would never be able to afford to buy a home here in Salem. We knew a friend that had a friend who had a Habitat home, so we decided to apply and we got accepted in 2020. Since becoming a homeowner, we feel so much pride and accomplishment in ourselves, in our family, in our ability to own our own home, to care for it and enhance it. We did our own landscaping. We're building a patio in the back. We have a lot of dreams for our home. I hear a lot of my friends speaking about how much they pay for their monthly mortgage, and it's usually twice as much of what we pay. And I know that if it wasn't for Habitat, we wouldn't be able to afford to have a home here in Salem. We're able to sustain our life, sustain our home here in Salem. We're very grateful for that. We're very grateful for Habitat for Humanity and the incredible blessing it is to make home ownership sustainable. Thanks.
Thank you. So now we have Tim, and after Tim, we have Christopher Lopez.
It's on, okay. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Tim Higley. I live in Four Corners, which, as I understand, doesn't get a word. I'm standing here tonight as a Habitat homeowner. Habitat didn't give my family a handout. They gave us a realistic path to ownership. Because of their model, my family has the security and stability that comes with owning an affordable home, allowing us to put down roots right here in Salem. I know firsthand that Habitat's approach works, and the data proves it. Nationally, Habitat homeowners are 56% less likely to lose their homes to foreclosure compared to non-Habitat homeowners. That's comparable to or better than standard market loans, proving that when you combine sweat equity, financial education, and truly affordable mortgages, lower income families succeed long term. That's why the proposal to sell these homes at market rate is so incredibly short-sighted. Selling these homes for cash to fund down payment assistance trades permanent assets for a one-time cash Band-Aid. Down payment grants vanish after one sale, while market prices continue to skyrocket out of reach. But keeping these 33 single-family homes in Habitat's program locks in permanent, stable, affordable housing stock for Salem families for generations to come. Converting these properties destroys a proven low-risk path to equity. I urge you to reject this proposal, honor the plan approved last June, and keep these 33 homes affordable. Thank you.
All right, it's the green light's on, so whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Chair Nishioka, members of the Commission. Thank you very much for your service and for your volunteerism. My name is Christopher Lopez, and I'm a resident of Monmouth, Oregon. I'm also Director of Advocacy with Mid-Willamette Valley Community Action Agency, headquartered right here in Salem. Community Action serves low-income residents across 11 counties and administers more than $80 million annually in services and direct assistance. Our work reaches residents across Salem in every ward of the city. I'm here tonight to urge the Commission to reject the FirstKeys motion and move forward with Resolution 2327. These are competing directions for the same public housing assets. Salem has spent years defining the kind of community it wants to be: safe, healthy, livable, welcoming, and accessible to people across all income levels. Those values matter most when they are tested by difficult decisions. Tonight is one of those inflection points. People are paying attention to whether Salem's stated values survive decisions like this. Let's be clear about what the FirstKeys proposal does and what it does not do. It is not a neutral request for information. It directs staff toward a competing policy path at the same moment the Housing Authority is beginning implementation of the strategy it has already spent time and energy developing. The Housing Authority's own materials tell us that if FirstKeys ultimately prevails, the broader Section 18 affordable housing strategy would be discontinued. This is a policy consequence, not an academic exercise. Don't believe anyone who tells you that the highest sales price equals the greatest public benefit. This is a false narrative. Good stewardship requires understanding what an asset is for, not simply what it can be sold for. Public value here is families building stability and equity in homes that remain affordable over time. Resolution 2327 preserves actual homes through a concrete partnership with Habitat for Humanity. Why sell affordable homes that we can preserve today, only to create a new program intended to help families compete for housing in that same private market later? Affordable housing is difficult to create and remarkably easy to lose. Once these homes leave affordability, Salem may never get them back. Please reject the FirstKeys motion and approve Resolution 2327. Protect the affordability that already exists and move Salem toward the safe, healthy, and livable community we say we want it to be. Thank you for your consideration.
So I had a list that I thought were online, but it sounds like they're here. So I have Eduardo Angulo, Jim Seymour, and Paul Hamelin. Are they present? So that would be the order. The green light is already on, so you go ahead whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I reside in Ward 5. My name is Eduardo Angulo. I am the Executive Director of the Community Business and Education Leaders Collaborative, or CBEL. I'm speaking tonight in support of the Scattered House Site proposal. For the past 2 years, Habitat for Humanity of the Mid-Willamette Valley has been working with the Salem Housing Authority on a plan to purchase 33 single-family homes. Habitat will rehab these houses and sell them to low-income families through their home ownership program. This initiative supports one of CBEL's top priority issues, increasing housing stability and home ownership in Salem neighborhoods where families face the most adversity. Salem neighborhood residents were invited to the conversation. Their perspectives were heard, and their ideas influenced the final recommendation. That is the kind of collaborative, resident-centered decision-making that CBEL exists to encourage. We are grateful to the Housing Authority staff who have worked diligently on the plan, and I urge you to support this plan. By consistently working with Habitat for Humanity and the Salem Housing Authority, and speaking tonight to the City of Salem Council, we are responding to the grassroots leaders' priorities of improving family housing security and home ownership opportunities in Salem and in our CBEL neighborhoods. Thank you.
Sit on. Madam Chair, members of the Commission, my name is Jim Seymour. I lived in Salem for 25 years and have worked in this community for more than 50 years. I now live in Newburgh, but my work address is 201 Ferry Street Southeast here in Salem. I'm here representing both Mountain West Center for Community Excellence and the Community Business and Education Leaders Collaborative, CBEL, to urge you to continue supporting the scattered housing program as it is currently structured. The program accomplishes several important things. It moves homes from housing authority ownership to private home ownership. It gives current residents the first opportunity to purchase the home they are already in. When a resident chooses not to purchase, it gives priority to qualified buyers from the neighborhood, helping families remain in their community and strengthening the neighborhood stability. And it provides down payment assistance so that low and moderate income families who might otherwise be excluded from home ownership have a realistic opportunity to own their own home. But there is something else about this proposal that I believe is just as important. The people who live in these neighborhoods were invited into the decision-making process. They were listened to, and what they said helped shape the final plan. That matters. When grassroots neighborhood leaders and system leaders like yourselves work together in that way, we don't just produce better decisions. We build trust, strengthen neighborhoods, and help people believe that they have a meaningful voice in the future of their community. The Scattered Housing Program does that while also creating opportunities for home ownership and neighborhood stability. I respectfully ask you to continue supporting the program that has already been approved. Thank you.
Paul, you're Paul, I assume.
Yes, I am.
Before you get started, following Paul will be Alicia Bay and Leslie Bowl.
Madam Chair and Shaw Commissioners, thank you for your service to low-income Salem residents and for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Paul Hamalian. I'm a resident of West Salem, Ward 8. I'm a recently retired, working for 30 years with Habitat for Humanity globally. I'm currently a volunteer board member with the local Habitat chapter. I'm also a Polk County Housing Authority Commissioner, but I'm not here today representing Polk County. I support the resolution of scattered site disposition to Habitat for Humanity. First, I'd like to applaud the collaboration of the Shaw staff in working with Habitat to develop this proposal of a scattered site disposition. These properties are likely the greatest opportunity that you as commissioners will have in your tenure as commissioners of this housing authority. Second, I'd like to highlight Habitat for Humanity's Fund for Humanity, which has been Habitat's long-term economic model for affordable housing over the last 50 years. The fund starts with seed capital from partners like Shaw. Habitat uses the initial seed capital to build and rehab affordable homes. Families then purchase the homes with an affordable loan. The loan payments return to the Fund for Humanity and are used to build more homes. So the seed equity in the properties that Shaw is selling to Habitat are recycled into more and more affordable homeownership for generations to come. Third, to be a little bit bold, beyond the 9 units that you're voting on tonight, I would like to suggest you sell all, yes, all the properties to Habitat. By selling these units to Habitat, the number of affordable homes in Salem will grow immensely for generations to come. Maybe an illustration for what you're thinking about here that comes to mind to me is the illustration of a mustard seed. A mustard seed is a very tiny seed, but it grows into a large tree that produces more seeds and shelter for many animals. In the same way, in reality, these Shaw properties are only a few compared to the affordable housing need in Salem today. But the seed equity from Shaw will grow into many, many more affordable homes over the decades to come. In conclusion, your decision to sell the properties to Habitat may be the single most impactful provision of affordable homeownership for decades to come. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Alicia Bay. I live in Ward 7 and work in Ward 1 as the Executive Director of Gilbert House Children's Museum. I am here today to speak in strong support of the proposed intergovernmental agreement with the Oregon Department of Transportation. For nearly 40 years, Gilbert House has served Salem families as a place of wonder, creativity, and learning. Our museum is a sanctuary where children discover themselves, build confidence, and develop a lifelong love of imagination. I want to acknowledge up front the houseless crisis is real, complex, and heartbreaking. We see it daily. Many unhoused individuals are facing trauma, mental health challenges, and impossible circumstances beyond their control. These are our neighbors, and they deserve dignity, compassion, and access to services. This agreement doesn't solve homelessness, but it can address a specific problem on ODOT property near our museum. The camping, when allowed near our facility, creates a situation in which many families express genuine fear, discomfort bringing their children. That matters. A children's museum cannot fulfill its mission if families don't feel safe. This agreement will support Gilbert House in 3 critical ways. First, it will provide the safety and peace of mind families need to confidently visit our museum. Parents won't hesitate to bring their children. Children won't be exposed to situations that create anxiety around what should be a joyful experience. Second, it will reduce the operational burden and liability exposure that the organization currently shoulders. When the camping is allowed, we monitor conditions ourselves and handle problems not our responsibility to fix. This diverts precious resources from our educational mission and programs. Third, it enables us to partner with the city staff on solutions that are humane. Allowing city staff to monitor and clean the areas provides consistent interactions with compassion. On behalf of our staff and board, I share what we believe this agreement represents: a middle path, acknowledging the real needs of houseless individuals while ensuring our public spaces, including those near beloved community institutions, remain accessible and safe for everyone. The children who walk through Gilbert House's doors deserve to feel secure. Our families deserve to access our services without fear, and the people experiencing homelessness deserve to be connected to the services and support. I ask the council to approve this agreement. Do it for the children and do it for our community. Thank you.
So, before you get started, Alicia, I just want you to know that that agenda item that you were speaking to is on our city council item. So will the recorder make sure that that gets appropriately placed? Thank you for your testimony, and we'll remember it. All right. So Leslie, I think that's you, and
excellent.
Ready whenever you are.
All right, so my name is Leslie Bull, and I live on Ivory Way in Salem, Oregon. And tonight we're talking about habitat. We love habitat, and one of the suggestions made in the Salem FirstKeys Fund motion is to start a down payment assistance program. And so I just want to read a small list of down payment assistance programs that are already in place. Number 1, the state of Oregon. Oregon Housing and Community Services in partnership with Dev Northwest. Number 2, MAPS Credit Union offers 100% financing programs. Number 3, U.S. Bank offers the American Dream Mortgage and other down payment assistance options. Number 4, Bank of America offers up to $17,500 for down payment assistance when combining down payment and closing cost grants, which aren't loans, and so they don't need to be repaid. Number 5, Citizens Bank offers multiple DPA options, including grants, second mortgage loans, deferred payment loans, forgivable loans, and even employer-assisted housing. 6, Wells Fargo offers several DPA programs, $10,000 home buyer access grants, $5,000 Dream Plan home closing cost credits, and a 3% down payment program. Number 7, Oregon State Credit Union offers low down payment mortgage options and supports first-time home buyers through both its own programs and by partnering with the number 1 Oregon Housing and Community Services down payment assistance program. I could go on and on. Just Google it. There's more. frankly, yeah, there's more options. So I want to tell a little story. I grew up on Park Avenue. It's a low-income area. I grew up in a one-bedroom bungalow home, meaning the attic was turned into a bedroom my sister and I shared. My mom bought that home by herself for $48,900. Many years later, she sold it for $220,188 to a real estate investor who paid cash. Zillow now estimates that home at $358,800. That is a 734% increase over the last 34 years. What did the real estate investor do? Honestly, it was good. They fixed it up. It was worn down. The end result is that they maximized profits and brought more value to the community. It was a better living space, but it was also sold for the highest price possible. It raised the value and prices of homes around it. That is what will happen to all of the Salem Housing Authority homes if they are sold on the open market. There is nothing wrong with that, other than it does the opposite of the goal of affordable home ownership. So Habitat can renovate these homes, which is very needed, and match them with families in need, adding value to the neighborhoods without raising prices or maximizing profits in this situation. We do need real estate investments, but here we need Habitat.
Thank you, everyone. That concludes our public testimony, so our public comments. We are now to the consent calendar. Vice Chair
I move approval of the consent calendar with the exception of item 3.3A, which was pulled by Commissioner Matthews.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded by Commissioner Varney. So, Councilor Gwynn, to your motion, we just have the one.
Right. Consent calendar consists of the minutes from our July 27th Salem Housing Authority.
Any questions for anyone? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Commissioner Varney?
Aye.
Commissioner Tigan?
Aye.
Commissioner Matthews?
Aye.
Commissioner Gwynn?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Vang?
Aye.
Commissioner Nordyke?
Aye.
Chair Nishioka?
Aye. The motion passes. So we don't have any public hearings. We are now to special orders of business. I will allow Commissioner Matthews to present his motion.
I move to direct staff to reevaluate the current proposal for liquidating Shaw scattered housing assets against a longer-term funding model.
I will second.
It's been moved and seconded. Commissioner, to your motion.
All right, so let me start by saying that I respect Habitat for Humanity and the hard work of the staff. I think that somehow or another this has got convoluted that this is something that is a competition, and that really shouldn't be the goal. Everything that we do here should be what's in the best interest of the citizens, and everything we do should have that vision and that scope. So to say that, tonight's motion doesn't ask whether Habitat does good work or whether Salem Housing Authority does good work. I think we all know that both those things are true. What it asks is whether Salem Housing Authority should transfer a large amount of public assets and public housing at a severely below market value before we fully test a potential option that, frankly, mathematically could help far more families. The current scattered site proposal could eventually, over time, help 79 households. That's fantastic. That's great. 79 people getting into housing is amazing. However, it's also finite. Salem FirstKeys asks, can Salem sell those homes at fair market value, keep the proceeds HUD restricted, use those proceeds as long-term financing for first-time home buyers, making a far bigger impact on the affordability crisis over time? Right now in Salem, well, I say this a couple of days ago, there were 73 houses in Salem that were $350,000 or less. Allowing that $100,000 down payment, all of which on at least the MLS say that they believe they're financeable. I don't know, I have not been in all 73, but I can tell you that that's what they're, according to their agents, that's what they're proposing. Looking at those numbers, if we were able to give a $100,000 down payment on a $350,000 house, that allows someone with an 80% AMI to afford it at 30% of their income. But beyond that, one important distinction that the current proposal is that it eventually stops. A revolving financing model keeps working on for decades. So depending on the assistance amount, Salem FirstKeys could help between 90 to 400 households over the next 10 years and still be growing over time. 2 decades from now, the program can still be running, still helping 90 to 400 people per decade, and that's not even accounting for its growth that it should have. The current proposal takes almost as long, also almost 10 years, and helps 79 individuals. Still great, not the same outcome. Salem FirstKeys protects the funds long-term too. In the event the program just completely fails after a period of time, we still preserve that $25 million that can be redistributed into the other low-income programs that would never exist as an opportunity with the current proposal that allows us just under $6 million. So even if, let's say, Salem FirstKeys is a complete flop, you still have $25 million that you get to reinvest into housing. You can give it directly to Habitat if you wanted. $25 million is going to go a long way. But we won't have that in our current proposal. We'll have $6 million only. The scattered site proposal in its current form would be the largest subsidy the city has ever been a part of, including tax abatements for units that we've done 50-plus unit projects. With almost $20 million in subsidy, that is a massive subsidy that we've never taken on before. I also want to be clear about timing. I'm not asking for an indefinite delay. I'm asking for I'm asking for HUD to answer that we finalize. I'm asking for HUD to actually go and say that whether this is actually something that they will do. I want something written from them that says this is prohibited, or if we can move forward, and with that knowledge, then we can make a decision between which program to do. If HUD says it's possible, but requires a different structure, then we owe it to Salem taxpayers and future homebuyers to evaluate that structure. This board does not have a duty to dispose of these homes. We don't have to. It's not a requirement. It's not something we are required to do necessarily. It's something HUD would like us to do, absolutely. But to my understanding, it's not an absolute requirement. The board's duty is to maximize long-term public benefit. That's part of our goals, and while complying with those HUD rules. The current proposal, it's undeniably the easiest path. We've spent 2 years evaluating it. It's already in format. It's going to be the easiest thing to pull the trigger on. It's also the most familiar path. This is something that we are more common with. We're more aligned to do this. This is how a lot of times we work, is what is the quickest way to get the money out the door so we can make the impact today. Sometimes government forgets or just doesn't work well in this structure of we need to think long-term and bigger picture sometimes so that we can have the longest, biggest benefit. Before we accept one-time sale of any homes, we should ask whether the same public value can help hundreds of Salem families over the next 20 years. At various times, each of us has sat on the stage and spoke about the difficulties we face with city funding, overall unaffordability. Salem FirstKeys could start to change the way we look at this and stop just providing a Band-Aid like we do so often, is just provide a quick fix, and try to start looking at a longer-term plan that can help more families over more decades. That's the proposal.
Thank you, Commissioner Matthews. I know that we have city staff here, and, or not city staff, excuse me, Shaw staff. I need to make that correction. Do any of the commissioners have questions that they would like to ask either Councilor Matthews or Shaw staff? Yes, thank you.
Well, I wanted to say that I seconded the motion because I feel like this is an important conversation for us to have. These are taxpayer dollars that we're talking about, and it's our job to make sure that we are using those tax dollars wisely. So I believe this is a very important conversation for us to have up here. I guess I do have one. I want to just remind everyone, because folks were mentioning that in July of 2025 that we all voted for the current proposal. But what wasn't mentioned is the state was making up a portion of those dollars as well. So it wasn't at 15% of value that it is now. So can staff speak to that? Like what happened, how much was that? And, you know, because I feel like it's bait and switch from the state, to be honest.
Hi, Jessica Blakely, Deputy Director for the Salem Housing Authority. As a part of the plan, we looked at a lot of different financing options. Very few housing authorities have scattered sites left in their portfolio, as HUD is asking us and pushing us towards repositioning in a quick way because the funding is going away. So Clackamas County, they brought forward a bill which basically would ask the state legislature for an investment to go to their partner at the time to basically turn these homes into affordable homeownership. The problem was at that time the state decided that wasn't an investment that they wanted to make, and that bill did not make it and go forward. So we are modeling it with the hope that that bill would go forward. We did provide testimony and support, but the climate at the state has changed drastically. There's really not a lot of opportunity to ask for funds to supplant that. We did hope that we would go for a 35% ask. We had reps that were interested in bringing forward the bill, but the financial outlook of the state is so grim, there really isn't an opportunity any longer. So we had a choice to move forward with the proposal as is, despite a state investment, and that's what we brought forward.
But my question was, when it was brought to us back in July of 2025, what was the ratio that we were presented with and that we all voted for?
We never provided the financing exactly. We said it would be below fair market value. Our intent was essentially 50%. It would be the full amount, but Habitat's always been at 15%. So the 35% from the state just was decided not to go through. So we don't have that same support moving through a bill.
Commissioner Varney.
Thank you. Why has Habitat always been at 15? Does it have something to do with HUD or what?
That's a great question. Thank you. Habitat puts a significant investment into these homes. So when we think about how we keep a house affordable, we think about who we're going to serve. And likely those individuals can afford maybe $150,000 to a $200,000 mortgage. So we think about us selling them at 15%. That's basically what we paid for them 50 years ago. That's kind of how we settled on, could we make back the profit that we purchased them for in the past? And we've been operating them for 50 years. So there's a significant amount of deferred maintenance. The ones that are sitting vacant right now, we decided we were not going to reinvest money into. They're going to take a significant capital investment to get into the ability to sell it to a home buyer. So really their stack would be they buy it at the discounted price. They put in their investments. They also provide whatever financial mechanism the family needs to keep it at 30% of their income. So it could be a silent second mortgage. It could be other things that they provide. And that will actually equal out to the actual value of the home. So in order to turn it into an affordable homeownership opportunity, we have to sell it at below market value or it doesn't pencil.
I know I keep asking Habitat for Humanity questions, but what happens? Is there some sort of agreement for how long they have to stay in the home?
Yeah, they have their own agreements. I would have to have them up here to speak to the length, but HUD requires a minimum of at least 20 years that they remain affordable. And so I would believe that their affordability clause will go right along with whatever mechanism that they used, if it's a loan for 30 years or what have you. I can have them come up and answer that question if it's helpful. But the important thing is that these will be deed restricted homes. So they can't just sell them on the open market. There has to be HUD approval before they can sell it again. And HUD actually requires us to prove a commensurate public benefit. So under this Section 18 program, they give a list of things that we can use or list of people we can sell them to if it's below fair market value. So there's this huge threshold that we have to overcome. And Habitat's the only one in our area that can meet that threshold. And then when we look at that piece, we talk about proceeds and how we can use the proceeds of that as well. So there's a very strict set of guidelines that HUD uses. And when we started work with Habitat, it was to ensure that they would meet those thresholds as we began those conversations.
Okay, one more.
No, I'm sorry if I keep asking. So if a family had to move because of a job or something after 5 or 6 years or whatever, then it would be available for another family at that same sort of income threshold? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the project would still be deed restricted.
Commissioner Matthews.
You mentioned that back in the original approval that we weren't given the financials. When were we actually given the financials for this?
The financials were not provided. We actually provide the financials when we come forward with the resolution of each individual group of sales. So it takes a long time to figure out exactly how much Habitat needs to invest into each home, how much the opinion of value is. Like almost every one of the values has gone down since we first looked at it in October of 2025. So we don't bring forward the actual dollar amounts until we're ready to submit to HUD, because those amounts could change. They're fluid with the market.
So just knowing that, and knowing that this was obviously a public outreach and a lot of testimony about the public outreach and how that's a big part of this. This is not our money, this is taxpayer money, right? These are taxpayer houses. Was the public given the financials when it was presented to them?
We don't provide the financials for our houses unless they're requested.
Okay, so the public didn't know that we were selling these at a 15%?
We talked about them at reduced market value, yes.
But not the 15%?
We did not discuss the actual dollar amounts.
Okay.
Commissioner Vang.
Thank you. This is a question for Commissioner Matthews. When I was reviewing your proposals, you had brought up some comparable cities to kind of look at. In your analysis, did you look at just the city itself, or did you kind of look at the overall funding structure of that city and that state?
No, I looked at the funding structure as well, and that's why in it kind of mentions that this is new for Salem, but not necessarily new for as a whole idea. The idea of the Salem FirstKeys, or just a silent second funding for down payment assistance, happens in a multitude of different cities. There's a document that's provided in the motion. The funding source is what makes it difficult. So we're looking to do these with HUD homes, partially because we just don't have some of the other funds, like San Diego gets a lot of CDBG funds. This is one use that can be used. However, CDBG funds, we get a far lesser amount than San Diego does. So making this a practical yearly, actual assistance that we could provide isn't practical with our CDBG funds because they're just not high enough. It's not very often that Salem has an opportunity at $25 million worth of assets. And so this is kind of our one opportunity, but the mechanism that is different than all of the others is where we'd be getting these funds, which is HUD funding, which is why it requires the HUD approval. And so that's what I'm asking for here tonight. Isn't that you approve this program? Isn't that you go with that you say, no, don't do habitats, or that you say, yes, do Salem FirstKeys. It's simply that you ask staff to go back and say, we're going to evaluate this program as well so that we can make a final decision on which one we want to do. So that's why the proposal is, let's get HUD approval on this, or not.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Brown.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I have a question. I'm not sure if it's for Councilor Matthews or for Shaw. So historically, I don't know the past. Have we had a proposal similar to this before, like FirstKeys?
Thank you for the question. No, we have not. So the 79 scattered homes used to be 87, I think, and we transferred assistance in one of our rehabilitation projects from 8 homes into an actual one of our multifamily buildings. In that particular case, we did sell them at fair market value. Those proceeds from that are restricted to affordable housing development, so multifamily development. We can use those funds for that. So they're actually sitting in an account ready for us to use towards maybe an upcoming project. So that's where those funds have been. But no, this is the first time. I think when we did our outreach at the neighborhood association meetings, at CBEL, what we were hearing is a lack of affordable homeownership opportunities. And we thought, wow, what if we can take these homes and transfer them into homeownership opportunities? What would that take? And so In the last 2 years, we've been figuring that out. We actually had to go back to HUD and revise some things because we got a few things wrong, and they said, you can't do it that way. And so in preparation, it's taken us 2 years to get the application ready to go to be submitted to HUD once Commission approves our plan for these 9 homes.
Follow up?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you, Director, for that. So my next question would be, in a proposal like this, and with the motion of the lines for us to make a decision, would you say, being the SME, you subject matter expert, would you say that this proposal would slow down folks from receiving a home, or would it speed up?
I can't speak to his proposal. I have zero expertise on home ownership finance, anything that is related to down payment assistance, lending. That's not something that SHA has in-house. So I don't even know how to respond.
Got it. Thank you, Madam Director.
Commissioner Matthews.
With the 2 years that we've kind of spent evaluating this program, has that all been HUD delays, or has some of that been caused by us in an effort to try to make it as easy on tenants as possible as we go through this process?
That's a great question. I think the delays have just come because we have learning curves. So we've been learning and fumbling through this plan as we have been developing it, kind of, fixing the airplane as it's in the air. The first year we brought forward the Public Housing Authority plan, it kind of outlined what we were thinking. The second year, which was this last June, that was approved by Commission, it was slightly different. I did a presentation to kind of talk about the differences of what I brought forward this year versus last year, and that was, we went, oftentimes HUD will require a panel call, so they bring people from all the different headquarters, and we get to ask a whole bunch of questions, and we get to throw out different ideas, and they'll let us know if we're on the right track or if we're not on the right track. Unfortunately, they never give us a yes or a no. They just say, submit the application and we'll see. So there is a possibility that we submit the application and they ask for us to make some revisions. It's really hard to say. With their limited staffing, we try the best we can to follow the rules that are in the books and with the resources that we have at the authority. But ultimately, we give it our best judgment and then we move forward. So.
Jessica, I have a question. It sounds like right now that Habitat for Humanity is the organization that meets the qualifications for these scattered site homes with HUD. In your due diligence, did you come across any other agencies, nonprofits that might be able to do similar or something that is somehow associated with, I guess I'm just trying to understand if FirstKeys is an only potential option, which is very different than what Habitat is. I'm wondering if you found anything else.
I think we looked at what the agency needs. We need to manage a budget and we need to pay for the people that work for our agency to do the great work they do for the community. And so when we think about what that looks like, we sourced a whole bunch of different things, but we looked really and narrowed it down to what's within our capacity. What is our expertise? What do we know how to do? So we can sell these homes at fair market value and we can use them for affordable housing development. That's an absolute thing that we can do. And right now with the funding environment that exists at the state, that could be a good option. But what we kept hearing was about affordable homeownership. And so I don't know of any other entity that would meet that HUD definition at this time. We did talk it through with HUD quite a bit at the time. We've considered partners like maybe Dev Northwest for community land trusts. We've thought about those things, and that's why we designated the 33 to Habitat and left the 46 kind of like undecided. And the thing that's important to know is that HUD wants us to only bring forward an application each year for groups of these houses that we think we can legitimately burn through with our capacity in that year. They want to see us wrap up each application pretty quickly. And so what we thought was we're gonna thoughtfully look at all of the houses, all 79. This year will be 9. I plan to bring forward another group in March with maybe a different outcome. Maybe some are fair market rate. We thought about, what does it look like with habitat models, and will they be able to turn them into homeownership opportunities that will be affordable? And if they can't do it, well, then those might come off the table. So I think our thought was to bring pieces at a time, just like this resolution, that would have a set of prescriptive outcomes for each one of the homes and where we would want those proceeds to go. But that's really where we're at. Thinking like we'd like them all to go to affordable homeownership, but things could change. And each year, the Public Housing Authority plan will outline, what's left, and then each year a resolution would come forward to talk through what these individual houses will need. This first group are really the houses that cost us most to operate. So they have been, some of our challenges, because maybe they're far away, maybe they're a duplex, maybe, it depends on the situation, but we've outlined these as, we're not going to displace residents because these ones are mostly vacant, and these ones are our highest cost to operate. And with the limited funds that HUD is providing at this time, our budget, we have some constraints, and it makes sense for these to go in the first group.
Thank you. Commissioner Nordyke.
Thank you, Ms. Blakely. If we sell to Habitat for Humanity, we sell at 15% of fair market value, give or take. Under the alternative plan, we would sell at fair market value. So the way that I see it, then, the home could potentially be much more affordable if it was sold through Habitat for Humanity, meaning that some of our hardest working, yet lowest paid people in the city could actually own a home. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Ms. Blake, I'm going to ask you another question, basically related to the one I asked earlier. It sounds like I'm trying to decide if either an amended motion or a substitute motion might come forward that would be asking staff to review other opportunities. It sounds like you're already looking at other opportunities. So likely I wouldn't need to do that because you're going to be already doing it. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. Just to follow up to that, since you're already doing that, you said that would come in a few months where you would come back with us? Is that?
My goal is to bring it back this spring. Yes, spring
right.
2027 with the next group.
Right. So with this motion, let's say the motion does not pass. Does that undo the work that you're doing that you would come back in March or share with us?
Wait, which one? His motion?
His motion.
Right. We would still bring forward the application based on the work we're doing right now. So we would find out, is there a home that doesn't meet Habitat's need, right? So let me give you an example. We have one tax lot, and it has 6 units on it. It's two sets of row houses, which are 3. As he kind of described, they have to make all of these legal lots in order to sell them as homeownership opportunities. So it absolutely depends on where the stairs are located in order to separate them and make them a separate lot. They have to do their investigation and go in and do due diligence on each one of these homes to see what they can do to make them affordable. If it doesn't fit within their model, they're going to tell us no, and we'll substitute other ones that can go in for them. But we would then take that, 6-unit, one tax lot thing. It would make sense to probably sell that one for fair market value and turn that into affordable housing development funds. So that's kind of our thinking. We have worked with Columbia Bank to talk about maybe SHA doing silent and second mortgages. Again, that's a learning curve for us, so we're trying to get through these ones that we know how to do first and then move to those other 46. But the intent really is to attempt to turn every one of these homes into an affordable homeownership opportunity. And something to note as well, some of these homes are single-family homes on large lots. It could be that maybe Habitat can turn them into middle housing, right? Maybe we can do multiple units on a single lot. But all of this takes due diligence and investment and time. So I think everybody needs to know, are we all on the same page to move forward so that those investments can take place behind the scenes?
Thank you, Madam Director.
Commissioner Matthews.
How long do you expect those investments of time to take?
Well, for these 9 so far, we've been working on them for about a year since we've kind of designated the 9. I think once we get our feet underneath us, they'll start to move a little bit quicker.
If we were to sell them at fair market value, how quickly could they be on the market?
It depends on my capacity. So one thing to note is every application we submit to HUD for disposition of these homes is probably a week's worth of hours of work for me. So it takes a long time to get these applications ready to go. It requires working with title companies. It requires working with a real estate broker. So just to make the application ready to go, I've been working on it since February.
The application note that you're currently proposing? You've been
For
working on
these,
this
for
since
these
February.
9 units, yes.
To present to HUD?
To present to HUD, correct. And the idea is that we're creating a template, we understand what HUD wants, and then we just repeat it several times. So we hope that we can transfer those a lot quicker once we get our feet underneath us.
But I'm talking about once you have the HUD approval, right? Because that process is still going to take. But once you have the HUD approval, you said also they still have to go, Habitat has to go through and do their due diligence of what ones fit, what ones have to be broken up into separate lots. Obviously, I mean, I think are aware that anything that land use, anything planning takes quite a bit of time. And so knowing that that's the outcome, even if HUD approves it, what is the expectation of time on those before these could actually be sold at the reduced rate?
I don't know I can even guess that, honestly, because each one is a little bit different. But again, it really is they're doing their due diligence on these 33 homes right now. So even though we're only bringing 9 for you right now, they're looking at the feasibility of all 33.
Okay, but if HUD approves Salem FirstKeys, you could immediately put them on the market as far as fair market value. There would be no delay.
Both of them.
Hi, I'm Nicole Yates. I'm the director of Salem Housing Authority. I just want to note that we can't move forward with anything without HUD's approval, and each one of these packages has to go through their strict approval. And then even if we put them on the market, then we have to go through a HUD DOJ process to, even if we come up with a seller, they have to approve the sale of it, and it has to go through a whole process. So I just don't want to give the impression that we can do anything immediately when it comes to HUD approval.
Got it.
Thank you. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
You're good.
Do we have any further questions for Salem Housing Authority staff or for Councilor Matthews? If not, it looks like,
Sorry, point of order. Are you planning to move the meeting to a vote on the motion?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I do have a couple comments. They're not necessarily questions.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Nishioka. So I appreciate the thought and Commissioner Matthew looking outside the box to address our affordable housing here in Salem. However, I really hesitate to move forward with the proposal because at the end of it, if it moves forward, it would take funding away from a program that we all know work with a community partner that the city has built a relationship with over decades. And I want to be data informed when I make these decisions, but at the same time, I also represent real people when I'm up on this stage. So I am not willing to put a partnership on pause or change a program that has been that has a track record of working and creating home ownership and building generational wealth. The partnership with Habitat opens home ownership to families who would otherwise not ever be approved by a bank, not ever experience home ownership. Like a single mom who got clean from their substance abuse and who is now a thriving community member. She would not ever be able to see home ownership in any other circumstances outside of Habitat. Or a family who has just been resettled from a war-torn country. These are the families that Habitat and this program is trying to help build generational wealth and be on the path to home ownership. And I am speaking not only from hearing the testimony tonight, but I know, just like I think there was a public comment by Alejandra, I share very similar experiences with her, where my family had the opportunity to experience and obtain home ownership through Habitat home ownership program themselves. So I will say that loud, I will say that with my chest, and I am not ashamed of that fact of my lived experience. And I want to create and continue to support such a program that can create that opportunity for other families. And so while Commissioner Matthews' proposal is ambitious, and I appreciate the creativity to look behind it, I think it comes at a cost that Salem can't afford. I think it's too high, and it adds additional time that I don't think we necessarily have anymore. So Commissioner Matthews, I will be voting no on this motion, but I do appreciate the thought behind it. Thank you.
Commissioner Barney.
Thank you. I too just wanted to make a comment, and I don't have really much more to say because you said a lot of what I wanted to say. I've known about Habitat for Humanity for a very long time, and it has a history, and it has an excellent record. I mean, as evidenced by the testimony tonight. It touches so many lives, and it provides pride in ownership. Buyers get invested through sweat equity. And it's been around for so long. So I'm still very supportive of Habitat for Humanity, but I do appreciate this motion that you've proposed, Commissioner Matthews. And as Jessica said, we're continuing to look at options. I think it's important to maintain flexibility and not tie us into one particular thing right now, because you brought up a lot of other ideas in there, and I think it's important to continue these conversations. But for right now, I feel more comfortable going with the tried and true and solid what we know it works right now while we're having these conversations.
Thank you. Commissioner Matthews.
I do want to point out the motion is not to not do the Habitat. That will come at a later time in this meeting. So you're not voting whether or not you should or should not approve the Habitat projects. We're voting on whether or not we should ask staff to evaluate whether Salem FirstKeys can be approved by HUD. So that's what this evaluation is. And so I do want to make sure that again, this vote here, you still will have an opportunity to vote on the Habitat one after this, is my understanding. That's why I was pulled.
Thank you for making that clear. And yes, we will be getting to that vote. And I believe Commissioner Nordyke had something to say.
No, I'll wait until the next motion. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I will simply say I also appreciate you bringing forward an idea. I was curious as to, you must have done quite a bit of research, and so thank you for that work. One of my questions to Ms. Blakely was more, were there other opportunities? So I was kind of curious if you had seen any other options.
Nothing else that wouldn't take funding directly away from something we already have planned, like CBDG, and nothing else that has such a large, I mean, it's just, again, not very often that we sell $25 million worth of public assets. And so I don't see anything else in our portfolio that has that kind of price tag on it that we have any intentions to do within the future or in the near future. And so this is sort of a one-time opportunity with these properties. And so whatever we do with it needs to be the most responsible thing we can do.
Thank you. I also want to mention, because it gets very confusing, the Salem Housing Authority is a different agency. This is not City of Salem General Fund. Again, they're different agencies, and they have to follow completely different regulations. And so, again, sometimes public does not understand that, and I just wanted to make that clear. We talk about tax dollars. Those tax dollars are really coming from other agencies. It's not coming from the general fund. Anything else? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Commissioner Tigan?
No.
Commissioner Matthews?
Aye.
Vice Chair Gwynn?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Nay.
Commissioner Vang?
No.
Commissioner Nordyke?
Nay.
Commissioner Varney?
Nay.
Chair Nishioka?
Nay. The motion fails. All right, so now we go back to Vice Chair for the motion.
He pulled it, so
You're absolutely right. So Commissioner Matthews, you get to now read the recommendation for the consent calendar. Do you?
I move to adopt resolution number 2327, authorizing the Housing Authority of the City of Salem to submit a Section 18 disposition application to HUD Special Application Center for the disposition of 9 scattered site units to be transferred to Habitat for Humanity at 15% of the fair market value.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Would you like to speak to that motion?
Well, this seems weird. I mean, I think we all know where I'm sitting on this. You know, I also feel like we represent real people up here, and we're on stage, and real people trust that, although maybe reluctantly, with their they trust us with their tax dollars, although maybe reluctantly. And so they expect us to spend them in the most ambitious and most creative and the most responsible way that we can. And so at 15% of the evaluation, knowing that there may be other opportunities out there or other options out there, I'm not personally in favor of this at the moment.
Thank you. Anyone else have any comments for this motion? Councilor Nordyke. Commissioner Nordyke.
Thank you very much. I have lots of feelings about this. We live in a time of billionaires with multiple vacation homes. Vacation homes that cost $25 million a pop. That's insane to me. And here we are, trying to decide what to do with a handful of properties that we have some modicum of control of, and not total control, because as we know, the federal government is so easy to work with. Here we are discussing how best to use the tiny, small percentage of properties in this area and how to use it for the greater good, which is a worthy conversation, and thank you, Councilor Matthews. We must always have this conversation. We have to think short-term and long-term. But we know there's a big difference between selling a house at fair market value and 15% of fair market value. I want us to go back to the days where a person with a high school diploma could own a house. I want to go back to the days where you could work 40 hours a week and retire with a pension. And you didn't have to be a CEO to do so. You didn't have to have a wall of fancy diplomas to do so. That if you put in 40 hours of honest work, you too could own a home in the United States of America. That's the country I want to live in. So I'll be voting in favor of supporting the disposition of these properties to Habitat for Humanity, because this program works, and everyone who works 40 hours a week deserves dignity and a roof over their head.
Thank you, Commissioner. Does anyone else have any comments for this motion? I do want to thank the Shaw staff for all the work in getting us here for this, and it sounds like we may be looking forward to some additional information in March. If there's no further questions, will the recorder please call the roll?
Commissioner Matthews?
Nay.
Vice Chair Gwynn?
Nay.
Commissioner Brown?
Nay.
Commissioner Vang?
Aye.
Commissioner Nordyke?
Aye.
Commissioner Varney?
Aye.
Commissioner Tigan?
Aye.
Chair Nishioka.
Aye. The motion passes. I'll simply ask my fellow commissioners if you have any questions on the information report that was presented. And if not, I will just simply say that thank you for all the work. We always look forward to getting that report. And is there anything that you want to make a comment or remark on that? All right, the Salem Housing Authority is adjourned.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Before we get going, I believe Councilor Brown has an announcement to make.
Let's vote. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And it's in regards to that the last vote. I made a mistake on that. So if we can change my answer, Madam Recorder, that'd be great. It's on me, so I apologize.
Yes, I sure will. Thank you.
Great.
I'm sorry, if we could just be clear on that. That was on the item 5.1, the scattered site disposition.
It would be 5.2.
5.2, thank you.
All good, Madam Recorder?
Yes, thank you.
Great. All right, then. I would like to call to order this meeting of the City of Salem Urban Renewal Agency for August 24th, 2026. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Board Member Tigan.
Present.
Board Member Nishioka.
Here.
Board Member Matthews.
Here.
Board Member Gwynn.
Here.
Board Member Brown.
Present.
Board Member Vang.
Here.
Board Member Nordyke. Board Member Varney.
Here.
Chair Julie Hoy, and Board Member Nordyke.
She is walking to the stage. She's here.
Okay, we'll go ahead then. Board Member Nishioka, do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda tonight?
We do not have any additions or deletions to this agenda.
Thank you. And we have no one signed up for public comment. Member Nishioka, to the consent calendar, please.
Thank you. I move for approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Motion and a second by Gwen. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. The consent calendar consists of the July 13th, 2026 draft Urban Renewal Agency minutes and an action item, transfer of fiscal year 27 budget appropriations for the Marion Parkade Revitalization and Chemeketa leasehold projects. That concludes the consent calendar.
Anyone have any comment or question? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Board Member Gwen.
Aye.
Board Member Brown.
Aye.
Board Member Vang.
Aye.
Board Member Nordyke.
Aye.
Board Member Varney.
Aye.
Board Member Tigan.
Aye.
Board Member Nishioka.
Aye.
Board Member Matthews.
Aye.
Chair Julie Hoy.
Aye. All right, then, we are moving on. We have no public hearings, we have no special order of business, and, oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. Sorry. We do have information reports. I'll read these through. If you have any question, just stop me. 6.1, the Urban Renewal Agency Fiscal Year 2026, Quarter 4 Preliminary Financial Report. 6.2, purchases approved administratively from June 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2026. And that concludes the consent calendar. I'm sorry, the information reports. I'm still thinking about the Housing Authority. Okay, great. And I don't see anything further on that agenda, correct? All right. Anything further for anyone? Urban renewal related? And we are adjourned. I'd like to call this meeting to order for the City of Salem City Council, Monday, August 24th, 2026. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councillor Tigan.
Present.
Councillor Nishioka.
Here.
Councillor Matthews.
Here.
Councillor Gwen.
Here.
Councillor Brown.
Present.
Councillor Vang.
Still here.
Councillor Nordyke.
Here.
Councillor Varney.
Here.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Here. All right. Councillor Nishioka, do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda?
We do have additions. There was an addition for 6.1 rulemaking for the CPACE program. The addition is a revised attachment correcting typos and other language. And that's the additions.
Great. Thank you. Anything else? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Could we have a second
on that? Sorry about that.
Second.
Councillor Gwynn is the second. Anything further? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councillor Varney.
Aye.
Councillor Tigan.
Aye.
Councillor Nordyke. Excuse me, Councillor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councillor Matthews.
Aye.
Councillor Gwen.
Aye.
Councillor Brown.
Aye.
Councillor Vang.
Aye.
Councillor Nordyke.
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. Now we're moving on to council and city manager comment. Does anyone have anything they'd like to share tonight? Councillor Nordyke.
Thank you so much. So, apparently, people like picking up garbage. Who knew? So I had my 5th garbage cleanup. This was at Cascade Gateway Park. We had a tremendous turnout. I would say over 40 people easily came to Cascade Gateway bright and early on Friday at 8 a.m. And we knocked it out. We had our garbage bags, we had our sterile gloves, we had all the safety equipment provided at no cost to us by the City of Salem staff. Thank you, staff. And speaking of, Amanda with the City of Salem did a tremendous job leading us through our safety instruction, you know, giving us tips and tricks for how to be effective at this and how to avoid just park hazards. And I was just so excited to see how many people are motivated by a spirit of volunteerism. And I feel that the spirit of volunteerism is contagious. When you tell a friend that you're going to go volunteer at whatever it is you're into, whether it's working with children, delivering Meals on Wheels, handing out food at a soup kitchen, or helping me pick up garbage at one of our city parks, this is one of the easiest ways to contribute to our city and to make our city just a little bit better for everyone involved. So we had, by the way, I want to give a great shout out to Willam Academy, because those kids came because community service is a part of their educational requirements. They are required to do community service. And so I had all these sophomores and other high school kids show up, and they were a part of the process too. And that means a lot to me because I really want to inspire the next generation of leaders. I'm hoping that one of those kids is one of our mayors one day and higher office as well, or one of the CEOs, one of our local businesses. That's what I want to see for our kids. So thank you so much. Please follow my Facebook page. We will be announcing future volunteer opportunities. After all that I heard earlier tonight, I was so inspired by our Habitat for Humanity folks. I told the Habitat for Humanity folks on the break, let me know when I can come volunteer with you guys. I think I might be able to wrangle a few people to come out and we can go help a Habitat for Humanity project, because why not? I know that Salem is full of good people, people who care about this town, who believe in this town, and if all you do is just invite them, open the door, encourage them to be a part of something bigger than themselves, they will do it. So thank you so much. Thank you for encouraging me, because I will keep it up, folks. Thank you so much.
Anyone else? Councilor Varney, did you have something? Okay, your mic's open. Pardon? Your mic's open. Oh, there you go. Anyone else? Well, I would like to just say briefly that I am, first of all, Councilor Teigen, you're getting much less screen time on the big screen tonight. I think that's progress from a tech standpoint. Not that we don't enjoy your sweet face, but it is kind of big. So thank you to our tech folks for that. Also, on a serious note, sad news in my neck of the woods out there in Ward 6 is that the Roth's IGA is closing. We've been faithful customers there for 35 years, and that's a big deal to that part of town. And I am hopeful that a different grocery can move in there, because it's a walkable distance for a lot of folks, and they need that opportunity. I've, for decades, watched folks walking from the apartments and from other places to be able to come and get their Saturday morning milk and juice and donuts, and I want that to be able to continue for everybody, along with healthy foods too. But it's a bit of a heartbreak for me. I am happy to say I spoke with Tim Jennings this afternoon with Roth's, and he has assured me that, contrary to some of the reports on social media and such, every person who works for Roth's has been offered a position in another store in town. So that's a big deal. Roth's was purchased by an out-of-country company within the last few years, I believe, and they are still acting like they're part of this community and as though they are a small town business and a local place to shop. So I just appreciate that and wanted to state that publicly on their behalf. So, all right, those are my comments. Anyone else tonight? No. Okay, then we are moving on to proclamations. It is my honor to offer the proclamation this evening for a day of remembrance. And I'm not sure who is coming forward, but I had requested, this is the 9/11 Remembrance Proclamation. I had requested that members of police, fire, and our call center be present for this acceptance. So whoever among you would like to come forward, it would be an honor to read that proclamation to you. look at this. Is this on? Chickadee check? Okay. Wonderful. Come on. Rob, I hope you brought the wide angle lens tonight. Yeah. Oh, this is wonderful. Thanks for being here. Here you go. All right. Whereas, on the morning of September 11th, 2001, our nation faced an unimaginable tragedy. Terrorists sought to strike at the foundation of our country and undermine the spirit of the American people. And whereas, throughout our history, the strength, courage, and unity of the American people have carried us through our darkest hours, from the determination of our founders in 1776 to the resolve of a nation following Pearl Harbor in 1941, to the extraordinary courage of the first responders and ordinary citizens on September 11th, 2001. Time and again, Americans have shown that our spirit cannot be broken. And whereas on this day we remember the nearly 3,000 innocent lives taken on September 11th, 2001, we honor their memory and extend our deepest sympathy to their families, friends, and loved ones whose loss continues to be felt. And whereas we honor the firefighters, police officers, emergency personnel, and the other first responders who put their lives at risk to save others, we also remember the countless individuals who, without hesitation, stepped forward to help their fellow Americans in a moment of extraordinary need. And whereas, in the days and weeks that followed, Americans came together with compassion and purpose. People gathered to mourn, volunteered their time, supported their neighbors, left tributes at firehouses, and answered the call to serve their country. These acts of kindness and sacrifice remain a powerful reminder of what we can accomplish when we stand together. Now, therefore, I, Julie Hoy, Mayor of the City of Salem, do hereby proclaim September 11, 2026 as Day of Remembrance, dated this 24th day of August, 2026. Thank you. Thank you. Chief, you want to speak? You want to say something? Sure,
I guess. Well, thank you, and thank you for recognizing the members that are really serving this community every day. 9/11 was a terrible event and a very visible event, but it is really reflective of the work that happens and the dedication that happens in this city every single day by the people that are up here. It happens in a different way and not as visible, but the dedication is the same. And I'll just end, 343 firefighters died in 9/11. To this date, more have died because of the effects of 9/11 through cancer and lung injuries, and it's also a reminder of the silent killers that happen every single day. So thank you for the recognition, and I want to say thank you to everybody up here. Appreciate it.
I can only echo that. It's incredible to see up here on the stage. This is your community. Like these folks live in your community. They're mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers. This is us, right? And when they answered the call that day, 25 years ago, it seems incredible. It was that long ago. But 25 years ago, they answered the call that day. Many of them didn't come back. They looked just like this. And I'm just proud to stand alongside. And as you can see, this isn't a bunch of cops and a bunch of firefighters and a bunch of dispatchers. We're all intermixed together because we're all for one cause, and it's for this community. I just want to say thank you for this, and thank you for this day.
Well, and if the call center won't speak, I will say, can you imagine what it must have been like that day for those to receive the first calls? So bless you in your work. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
that was where World 3 started. Well, if they attacked the Pentagon, like, we're all terrified. We thought World War III was coming to the nation.
No, I mean, it's
Yeah,
fine.
it's scary. There was sprayed fighter jets over our head. Our cell phones were going.
It's like, okay, I get it.
All right. Thank you all so much for showing up tonight. We are now going to move on to public comment. We have any, did you say we have online?
It's not online, they're in person.
Everybody's in person. Okay. I'll read 2 names at a time. Please come forward. Please announce your name, your ward, or your address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Please push the button on the box right there so the green light comes on. Kathleen Treppa and Rob Kimmich.
Kathleen Treppa, Ward 7. I'd like to thank staff for bringing an update about the Data Center Task Force and placing it on the agenda this evening. However, I do feel compelled to share my disappointment in staff statements within the body of the report that public comment during task force meetings may be limited to either 30 minutes maximum or only written comments. And I find it hard to believe that after the public has spoken so passionately about its opposition to the proposed Veris data center and the secret process that brought us to this point, that the city would turn around again and try to limit engagement with the public. And when you do that, what you're basically saying to the public is that our voices don't matter. And I know that's not how you feel, but that's the sentiment that gets communicated when you limit public comment on something that is so controversial and that people feel so passionately about. You're saying that you don't want to have a late night in order to listen to us, that the quantity of public comment is irrelevant when it comes to decision-making by the task force. You know, the city can chastise us for our anger and our frustration by how we arrived at a project that the vast majority of the public does not want, but it doesn't change the fact that we are frustrated and we're angry by being in this situation. So please do not try to limit public engagement, and please do not indicate that submitting written comments is in any way the same as listening to oral comments. You know, you can disregard and not read the written comments that get submitted for the record, but if we're allowed to speak here, you have to sit there and listen to us. You don't have to agree with us, but you still have to listen to us. So I would really appreciate it if you did not limit public comment during the task force meetings. Thank you.
All right, Rob Kimmich and Evan West.
Is that it? My name's Rob Kimmich from Ward 2 in Salem at 1725 Cottage Street Southeast. Mayor Hoy and city councilors, thank you for taking my testimony about the AI data center that has been proposed for Salem. I would like to bring your attention to several details about the closed-loop cooling system for this proposed data center. The latest land use narrative, which is one of that vast list of documents involved in this, vastly oversimplifies several aspects of the cooling system. First, the secondary cooling would be provided by spraying water onto the external portion of the cooling system, as you may be aware, during the hottest times of the year. The narrative estimates 20 to 25 heating days per year when this system, this secondary system, would have to be used. An analysis of NOAA weather records for the years 2020 to 2025 showed that for a peak summer heat equal to or greater than 90 degrees Fahrenheit, the average would be about 30 days a year instead of a maximum of 25 days a year. This would take more water than suggested in the narrative. Second, closed-loop systems must be properly prepared and maintained. Preparation involves system flushing, leak testing, chemical treatment, and precision filling with specialized coolants. These steps remove debris, verify structural integrity, and prevent corrosion. These steps occur before the center could begin operating. Although, right, that's as far as I'm going on that one. Although these systems are sealed, Closed does not mean maintenance-free. Without proper monitoring and treatment, several problems can develop: corrosion, deposits, microbiological fouling, and erosion of the piping. More water will be required than the amount suggested in the narrative. Salient questions include: what preparation steps does Veris have in their plans? What chemical mix is Veris planning to use in Salem? Can the Salem wastewater system handle the chemical mix? What maintenance schedule the cooling system does Veris have for this project? The public has spoken loudly that it wants answers to these kinds of questions. As we have seen, our neighbors in Morrow and Umatilla counties found widespread contamination of their groundwater. It would be prudent to answer these questions and similar questions transparently before construction begins. Thank you.
Evan West and Keisha Keller. Is Evan West still here? Keisha Keller? Looks like the button's already pressed for you there.
Hi guys, I'm here again. Thank you so much for listening. I'm still trying to learn more about the data centers, and I'm excited to hear more about the task force this evening. Specifically, you said that the community members, the council members, and the stakeholders, those three, would be involved, and they would get to have this conversation before any future data center projects move forward. So is that future data centers or the Veris one? I'm curious. The other thing I'm curious about, and I don't want to forget about, is the motion that Councilwoman Varney proposed and was passed unanimously. Thank you. The motion that directs staff to study the issue to bring back options to the council for consideration, as well as to explore options that would prohibit the city from entering into any future non-disclosure agreements. I haven't heard anything more about that, so I just want to remember that. And hopefully you guys do too. That's all. I'm learning. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Melinda Yost.
My name is Melinda Yost, and I live in Ward 1. City staff are here to work only for the interests of we the people of the city. City staff is surely not here to help babysit and handhold multinational corporations at the expense of us, of we the people. And does anyone here think that is what our city staff is here to do? I'd really like an answer from you, one of you, to stand up and say what you think our city staff is supposed to do for us. Are they supposed to serve us, or are they supposed to serve some multinational corporations? Okay. You certainly don't promote trust by conducting the people's business the way you did, with tons of secrecy, keeping the we people's representatives in the dark for 16 months and backing them into a corner so they have very few options with which to get us out of this hellhole that you put us in. In effect, you robbed every last one of we the citizens of each and every possible opportunity we had to have our voices heard before making a unilateral decision that will disrupt and affect our lives forever. That is unacceptable to us citizens. We demand that you put permanent ban on all NDAs to a vote of we the people and make sure that we can have our say as to how we want our government to run. Because these things just promote and invite that kind of corruption by letting all the parties remain anonymous and at the same time robbing the people of their voices in the same steps. All our service members over 250 years have given their lives to protect the principle that it is we the people that control our own government. And I want to see from every one of you that that remains true to this very day. We the people demand this issue must go to a vote of us as a charter amendment, and we have the right to decide how we want our government to work. We will be watching you, your action and or inaction, and our votes will reflect what we see from our representatives.
Thank you for your testimony. I just want to note out loud that Alicia Bay, you gave testimony during Housing Authority, and it would have happened here, and we're going to move that, so we all heard it, and thank you so much for being here tonight. Okay. And that testimony was for item 3.3.4. Okay, we're moving on to the consent calendar. Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you. I move the consent calendar with the following pull by Councilor Tigan, 3.3.3, approval of franchise agreement with Forge Fiber 37.
Second. Motion and a second by Gwen. Councilor to the motion.
Thank you. There's a lot of them. Be patient. 3.21, adopt resolution 2026-37, granting a 10-year renewal for a property tax exemption for Lord and Schreiber Conservation for Gady Hollow, a former residence located at 545 Mission Street Southeast, contributing historic resource in Gady Hill, Bush Pastures Local Historic District. 3.2.2, adopt resolution number 2026-34, adding new fees related to CPACE program fiscal year 2027 fee schedule. 3.3.1, authorize city manager to resolve the matter of Stacy Metcalf's workers' compensation claim in the amount of $225,000. Payment will be made from the city's self-insurance claim fund. 3.3.2, approve the IGA between the City of Salem and ODOT to allow the city to assist with maintenance and cleaning of ODOT rights-of-way in Salem and to conduct outreach to people experiencing homelessness in these areas to reduce the reestablishment of campsite. And then 3.3.4, the city begins negotiations with I'm sorry, what? Oh, recommendation. I'm reading the description, and where is the recommendation? It's not on mine. Approval of a 3 years successor collective bargaining agreement between the city and the Salem City Attorney Collective Bargaining Unit, effective July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2029. Thank you. Not on my written one, so. And it also includes the minutes. Thank you for helping me out.
Can I ask a quick question? I signed up at the very beginning at like 5:10 to speak. And my name's Melissa Gogger on the North Waterfront Urban Renewal area. And I don't want to miss my chance.
That'll come later under a public hearing.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, sorry.
And the consent calendar includes August 10th, 2026 draft city council minutes. Thank you for my help. I'm going to look at my online thing instead of my printed copy.
Any discussion? Councilor Nordyke?
Excuse me, did that include 3.3.2, the ODOT IGA staff report? Okay, I did have a quick comment on that. I just want to commend the city staff. Our city manager and other staff have been working on this proposal for months. What has it been, about a year, give or take? It's been an extraordinary amount of effort, and I just want to highlight it before it gets lost amongst the consent agenda items. This is an intergovernmental agreement with the Oregon Department of Transportations, and this is a long time coming. I have met with a lot of folks who live in encampments. I know that our unmanaged encampments are not safe. I once met an elderly gentleman living in Wallace Marine Park who lost everything because he had medical bills that were sky high, and that's how he ended up living in a tent in the woods. And he told me that the younger men had preyed upon him and assaulted him in that camp. And the reality is, and I want to commend, we had several members of this council respond to a request for questions and comments from one of our local newspapers, the Salem Reporter. And so I first of all appreciate everyone who shared your comments. What I heard over and over again from my colleagues is this desire to balance accountability and compassion. Not one person in that article said that they support thoughtless and heartless sweeps with no plan for where people can go. Not one person said that. And to the contrary, what I heard from my peers and what I hear from our city staff as well is that we want to connect people with the services and the resources that are available, that are provided by a wide array of nonprofit and other providers in the area. But it's not just the nonprofits in the area who are providing support. I encourage folks to take a look at the staff report that goes along with this, because it includes an important reminder of the city and their financial support. We have skin in the game too. We committed over $8 million in this fiscal year alone towards shelter, housing, and cleanup. That includes, for example, over $1 million towards our navigation center. I've toured that navigation center. It provides 75 beds, case management services, behavioral health support. People can go there with their pets. It's one of those low barrier shelters that people often talk about, where people see change, become stable, and then exit to a positive destination. In other words, we're ending homelessness for people through things like the navigation center. So I look forward to saying yes to the ratification of this agreement with ODOT as we work through how we manage ODOT properties. And if you haven't read it yet, under the key terms of this, the city will clean up properties on ODOT rights of way. And we will be doing that with constant communication and cooperation with ODOT. And we will be meeting within 60 days to evaluate the agreement and determine whether adjustments are necessary. And ODOT commits to using any savings achieved through this agreement to enhance their own cleanups of rights of way in the area as well. So I just want to commend our city manager and all the other staff for working so hard on this, because we want everyone in Salem to be safe. We want our streets to be clean, and I want to see everyone housed. We cannot do that alone. We do not have the money to provide shelter for everyone, but we do have some skin in the game, and I'm proud of the efforts we've made so far. And I know at the same time that our work is not done. So thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Okay, will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Tigan.
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councilor Matthews.
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councilor Brown.
Aye.
Councilor Vang.
Aye.
Councilor Nordyke.
Aye.
Councilor Varney. Aye. Mayor Julie Hoy.
Aye. Okay, we're moving on to public hearing.
The Salem City Council will now conduct a public hearing to consider the creation of the North Waterfront Urban Renewal Area. The hearing will be conducted with the staff presentation first, followed by testimony from interested persons. Testimony is limited to 3 minutes per person. Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Nordyke.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My apologies. I do need to declare an actual conflict of interest for this public hearing. A member of my family owns properties within the proposed urban renewal area, so I will not be taking any part in the vote or the deliberations. So I'll step outside the room, and the staff can text me when we've moved on to the next hearing. For this reason, I will also not be participating in the related item on the agenda, the potential first reading 7.1.3, creation of the North Waterfront Urban Renewal Area. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Go right ahead. Thank you.
I would love to. I'm just waiting for the presentation to come up.
They got really good at Councilor Tigan's face. Here comes the presentation now.
There we go. Good evening, and thank you so much. Sarah Long with the Community Planning and Urban Development Department. I mess it up every time. I'm so sorry. But I'm here tonight with respect to the North Waterfront Urban Renewal Area. Let's see here. Does it like me? It does not seem to like me. There we go. Okay. There we go. Thank you. So Urban Renewal is a program which utilizes tax increment financing to fund redevelopment projects. So Urban Renewal is not a new tax, but rather it's a reallocation of existing property taxes. When an urban renewal is created or closed, it does not result in a higher or lower property tax bill. When a URA is created, the tax base is frozen, and all existing increment continues to flow to the taxing districts, while the new increment that develops above that frozen base now goes into the urban renewal area. In order for an urban renewal area to have the financial tools to support redevelopment, it can take years. Establishing the area now allows the agency and the council the opportunity for those funds to begin to build and then leveraged in order to promote and contribute to growth and development as projects and opportunities arise. As a little bit of background, the agency authorized for staff to begin the process of establishing a North Waterfront Urban Renewal Area in spring of 2024. Staff then provided a high-level update of the overview, projects, and maximum indebtedness in September of 2025. Staff then held a work session with the agency in May of 2026 to discuss in detail the proposed boundary, projects, and maximum indebtedness prior to staff finalizing draft documents and beginning the state statute process for consideration of adoption. There have been no changes to any of the information discussed at the agency work session with respect to the boundaries, maximum indebtedness, or the project list. The information discussed was incorporated into the state-required documents. As for the urban renewal area itself, the proposed area equals 421 acres, which is approximately 1.3% of the total acres within the city of Salem. The southern boundary abuts the Riverfront urban renewal area, so that allows the intent for projects to look at both areas for a larger focus and benefiting off the activity that's happening in the Riverfront as we move forward into the North Waterfront area. The boundaries were also established looking at infrastructure corridors so that we can support complete projects, existing zoning, which would complement potential development, while also still being sensitive to the impact to the taxing districts by creating this urban renewal area. There are two quantitative requirements when it comes to eligibility of establishing an urban renewal area. For a community the size of Salem, we are limited to 15% of total acres within the city of Salem can be in an urban renewal area, and 15% of total property value can be in an urban renewal area. Within the past couple of years, the city has actually had several urban renewal areas reach maximum indebtedness, which means they are no longer collecting tax increment, and those funds have been redistributed to the taxing districts. Once this happens, those urban renewal areas no longer count towards the 15% requirements, as they are no longer impacting the taxing districts. As you can see, the current numbers for Salem in both categories are much lower than the 15% requirement. Approximately 3.7% of acres are in a currently collecting urban renewal area. This would increase to approximately 5% if the North Waterfront urban renewal area were to be adopted. And approximately 1.7% of property values reside within a currently collecting urban renewal area. In order to utilize funds on a project, the project must be identified in the adopted URA plan. Each URA has its own plan document specific to that particular geographic area, which gets recorded with the county as a legal document. If there is a determined need for a project not in the plan, it can be added through a simple minor amendment process. This applies to the majority of projects with the exception of a public building, which requires a vote by the taxing districts. In all urban renewal areas, blight is a required precursor to overall URA establishment, and this has been outlined in the plan as well. During our work session, we like to refer to this as opportunities as opposed to blight. Projects have been drafted based on input over the years, existing city plans, and utilizing our knowledge of the different needs and successes within our other urban renewal areas. On the screen, you see the bigger focused projects. However, in the plan, we have broken down the projects into categories. Transportation, which includes street and curb improvements, bike and pedestrian improvements, front street infrastructure, railroad crossing improvements, and associated analysis work needed to determine developmental needs specific to Front Street. Under housing, we have creation of mixed-use, multifamily, and affordable housing development and affordable housing preservation. For business development, we have our capital grant program along with development infrastructure. And under utility and environmental infrastructure, we have the Mill Creek redevelopment, environmental remediation, the Willamette Riverbank, stormwater sewer systems, utility and infrastructure relocation work. The goal was to create a list of projects that are established as a framework that makes sense based on what we know to date, with the ability to add more as conditions change over the years. As our public financing consultant shared during the May work session, the North Waterfront area can have a maximum indebtedness of $199.4 million. It is forecasted at this point to take approximately 33 years in order to collect that amount of increment. In today's dollars, that would equal $109.8 million as we take into account inflation over time. As you can see on the chart, the forecast shows the increment would start slow, but would pick up over time, allowing for redevelopment activities similar to what we currently have in our existing and more established urban renewal areas. Keep in mind that the collection rates are just estimates based on current activities and existing values of properties, and depending on assessment rates could change. Although the overall collection rate would stay the same, what year we receive how much could be altered by things such as a building coming down, but maybe nothing going up that year would drop, versus construction happening, and then maybe we might see a spike. The state statute process. So this is our required process. Urban renewal is guided by state statute. And you can see the process that we're currently going through. So as we stated, the agency authorized in March of 2024 to begin the process, with discussions in 2025 and earlier in 2026. Outreaching with the taxing districts, so we are required to do a certified mailer to all of the taxing districts. This went out on July the 6th, providing information, a copy of the plan, the report, and also an offer to meet and discuss anything that is being proposed. We did meet with the Salem Kaiser School District representatives. We discussed how we might be able to collaborate in the future on projects, and they also shared that they have an interest in an advisory board role if one were to be decided by boards and commissions. Planning Commission, we presented at July the 28th meeting, asking for a recommendation that the proposed projects align with the city's comprehensive plan, which was received. A super notice to all mailing addresses in the city of Salem is also required, which was 86,478 postcards which went out. We issued those on July the 31st, and we received outreach via email or phone from 20 individuals. We are currently in the public hearing and ordinance process. If adopted, we would issue a 30-day public notice, and then a resolution would go to the Urban Renewal Agency on October the 12th. Recording the new URA with the county by early November, which would allow for funding to begin second half of fiscal year 27-28.
Okay, thank you very much. We do have some folks signed up for public testimony. I'll call 2 names at once. Please come forward. And you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Kathleen Treppa and Susan Houston.
Thank you very much, Kathleen Treppa, Ward 7. Given the latest controversy associated with the proposed data center in the Mill Creek urban renewal area, I strongly recommend that the City Council hit pause on establishing the North Waterfront URA. While I would ordinarily support tax increment financing to support the redevelopment of underutilized property, we have recently learned that the current development code is far too permissive when it comes to large-scale, high-impact developments. Staff has admitted that the current development standards have not kept pace with AI computing data centers, which is one of the primary findings for the proposed moratorium. And yet, within the proposed boundaries of this North Waterfront URA, there are 2 zones that allow data centers by right, and a potential developer who supports and builds data centers has already submitted an application to rezone mixed-use Riverfront to industrial commercial, which allows data centers by right. We cannot allow this to happen again. I urge the city to take the time to address the limited controls in our current development code in order to build in more substantial review and protections when it comes to large-scale, high-impact development, regardless of use. I've also read some of the comments that have been submitted, and I think that they have merit. In particular, I'd like to echo the comments from Michael Slater and Bill Dixon. I think they are on point. I'm not going to repeat them. We've already had a lot of public comment. 33 years is a long time, and I do think that before you proceed with facilitating mass redevelopment at this level, it's really important that you take a look at the development code and you make sure that you've built in proper controls. The data center, the various data center application shows that it's just very permissive, and staff has a lot of authority to review and approve by right, and I think that's way too broad. Thank you.
All right, Susan Houston and Rachel Atchison.
Hello, I'm Susan Houston, Ward 1. I don't really have too much to add to that. I think those are some really good points. I've lived there, moved down there about 20 years ago and purchased a property that qualified for urban renewal via the opportunity zone. And it was such a mess that it took me 20 years to clean my property down there, and built a 4-plex close to Water Street, as close as I could, so that I could rewild. I'm a garden designer and horticulturist, and I've been rewild. We deconstructed 5 condemned properties. We pulled rusty cars and trucks out of the wetlands. We left the remains of the original city hall, which is purportedly dumped there, and did in fact find a lot of the brick. You know, it was a terrible mess, and it was a very good buy. It did take about 15 years to clean it up. And there were a couple of large homeless camps, a lot of buildings, a lot of invasive weeds. And if you don't believe me, you can look at my hands. It was a lot of work, and it's beautiful now, completely native, rewilding. am a member of a lot of groups that support this kind of, as well as Michael Slater, who I know. We're in support of a whole biodiverse ecosystem there that is sustainable. So that would be what I'd like to add to that riverbank. Continue to do that in the future. I think just looking at I was on the banks of the west side of the Willamette yesterday, and it was very, very bleak, very wasted. The ground is mud, and the people have been living outdoors there for a number of years, and it's also a little bit dangerous. I think under the circumstances with everybody moving forward on reconditioning that Wallace Marine Park and trying to revitalize the native plantings and things in that area, it would be a bad time to start a new path until we get that one useful and the people kind of transitioned out of the camps and so on. So thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Rachel Atchison and Diane Collette.
Rachel Atchison, Ward 3. Well, I've been admittedly hyper-focused on hyperscale data centers lately. I'm now looking at this proposed North Waterfront URA, and I'm seeing that data centers are an approved use by right. And I'm seeing the Willamette River right there, and I know that the city of Salem has water use rights for the river. So what I'm really seeing are huge red flags. And what I would prefer to see are flashing neon signs that say, danger, slow down, slow down. Can we please slow down, take a step back, and make sure our development codes are amended to include stronger controls on high-impact developments? Sorry. Don't put the cart before the horse yet again. Slow it down.
Diane Collette and Amy Logan. Is Diane Collette here? Amy Logan? Yeah, come on down. And then Heather Knudsen will follow.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilors. I'm a Salem resident and property owner within the proposed North Waterfront URA. It's Ward 1. I'm asking that the City Council not move forward with the plan as it's currently written. I ask that additional research, information, and public input be gathered, incorporated into the plan, and shared with the public before considering the next step. Directly across the river from the proposed URA, the city has dealt with serious, long-standing problems involving environmental degradation, public safety, and extensive cleanup. That experience concerns me when I think about opening another section of our riverfront to increased public use without a clear, well-researched plan for protecting it, one based on what we have learned and what has proven to work. Good intentions and a vision are important, but a plan with significant details to be worked out later seems risky when we're talking about $199 million over 33 years. I believe that additional research, information, and public input are needed now in this foundational document, as they have been with other Salem urban renewal planning. I'm simply asking that you please wait before moving forward with the plan as it's currently written. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your testimony. Heather Knudsen and Michael Slater.
Madam Mayor and council members, I come to you as a resident of Ward 1 for 13 years, specifically on Front Street. And overall, I'm very excited about this urban renewal activity and just the conversation, and I appreciate all the hard work that's gonna have to go into it. Over 13 years, I have spent a lot of time walking between Kaiser Rapids Park and Riverfront Park. And in that time, I have looked at development opportunities and thought about how it's like our inland Cannery Row. There's like so much development possibilities there. And so I think I encourage all of you to think about what we want Salem to look like on Front Street, driving through in the future. Affordable housing is, of course, going to be a major part of it, but also access to the river and making sure that we have parks reserved so people can access the water and use this recreational area. I think it's the least utilized asset that Salem has. It has so much potential, and this is the time where we need to develop it. The other request I have is just hopefully simple, but for 13 years I've been hoping we could get sidewalks and a bike lane that could connect these two amazing parks together. I have two small children now over the 13 years, and they both want to take off different directions further and further, and it's dangerous. So if we could get a bike lane, and there is space to do this, and I think this will actually be an incentive for developers if you're looking for private investment, if you can work through these challenges of dealing with a railroad system and actually having an accessible bike lane and pathway, it may help investors come on board. All right, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Michael Slater, and then Van Pounds.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Mike Slater. I'm a resident of Ward 7, and among other things, I serve on the Salem Planning Commission. The redevelopment agency is asking you to set aside $200 million in future tax revenue for the redevelopment of a 421-acre expanse of urban land bordering the Willamette River. There are three problems with the agency's proposal. The first is that it fails to adequately consider the role of the river in the redevelopment. The second is that it does not provide any specificity on how the public is involved in this project as it unfolds over the next 33 years. And the third is that it does not address the design and functionality of a district that encompasses 11 different land uses, 6,000 feet of Willamette shoreline, a railroad, historic and archaeological sites, and a number of regulatory jurisdictions. The perspective I bring to this proposal is as a planner and designer. My interest is how this area becomes a successful place for people to live, work, profit, and play. From that perspective, the failure of this proposal to address the riverfront, the public participation process, and the design of the physical space is a serious set of omissions. I had hoped that by writing the agency with my concern, they would be willing to address them by offering an amendment to their proposal. While the agency kindly replied to my concerns, and I do appreciate that, they do not share them. Since to me the proposal's shortcomings are so obvious, I had to ask myself, why did the agency not share my concerns? After some thought, I realized that the agency and I are some ways talking past each other. The agency's expertise is real estate development, regulatory compliance, and infrastructure planning. The agency views this district as a long series of individual land transactions and has a goal of improving land value and ultimately city revenue. The URA plan reflects these expertise. I recognize that these are important skills and goals for city's redevelopment authority to have, but I worry that the agency's skill set and focus lead them to downplay and disregard other skills and perspectives that are important to include from the outset for the success of this district. This proposal is the product in some ways of a technical and bureaucratic silo, but the opportunity, the complexity, and the scope of this proposal, 421 acres, $200 million, a 33 lifespan, 11 different land uses, 6,000 feet of riverfront, historical and archaeological sites, a railroad, and multiple regulatory jurisdictions, demands a broader, multidisciplinary plan rather than the one limited just to real estate development. The proposed URA plan lays out a series of intentions, statements that we will do this when we accumulate funds. I strongly urge you to amend the document to include several additional statements of intent. We intend the Willamette River to be an important focus of the area. We intend to have a robust public involvement process, and we intend to...
Thank you for your testimony. Van Pounds. Van Pounds, and then we move to online, first with Catherine Beninotti.
Hello, my name is Van Pounds. Okay, I'm a resident of Ward 2, not in the urban renewal area, so maybe if there's a question why I'm here, but what bothers me and what I hope to speak to is a notice that the city has provided regarding the plan. Most people, this is all they get is a thing in the mail. And I think this notice in particular is misleading. And in particular, I would point to where it says that the adoption of the plan would not impact property taxes. Most people will read that and say, well, it just doesn't affect me, throw it in the trash, and they don't think anything else about it. This notice is important because it does affect property taxes to the extent that the city is looking to tax increment financing as the primary means of repaying $199.4 million in debt. It's going to affect property taxes. And to the extent that the city is using tax increment financing, it's actually envisioning an increase in taxes. That's the basis of tax increment financing. It's looking to that increase in value so that taxes go up. As a matter of fact, one of the criticisms of tax increment financing is how it sometimes promotes gentrification in areas that are affected by it. Furthermore, one of the big things here, what is missing, is an explanation. The city provides no explanation as to what happens if the plan fails. What if it goes bad? What if the gamble goes bad? What if you build the Field of Dreams and nobody comes? What happens if the projected increase in revenues, the increase in taxes, never materializes, or at least it does not materialize to the point it covers the debt? What happens then? Well, I think the answer is we all get left holding the bag. What I would suggest is that, certainly given this notice, I think there's a question about whether a proper notice has been given to the public. I think that the council should postpone its consideration of the ordinance until such time as the public is properly informed of the effects of the plan and the risks associated with the plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Catherine Beninati and Melissa Gauger.
I'm in person. Good evening, Mayor and councilors. My name is Catherine Beninati. I live in Ward 7. In 2022, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. While undergoing chemotherapy, I sought treatment for an infection at a local urgent care, where a doctor told me about dragon boating. The idea of joining a team for survivors became a guiding light in the darkest time of my life. Today, I paddle for the Willamette River Dragons in Salem, a team of amazing women, and the Rose City Rockets in Portland, a team of men and women, all of whom have been diagnosed with cancer. This Friday, we are heading to Taiwan for the Club Crew World Championships. I've glimpsed the Naval Academy between yachts, paddled in the shadow of a busy London airport, capsized in the Caribbean. My travels have taught me there are many places that do a better job of capitalizing on their waterfronts. One of them is just up the river. In Portland, dragon boat teams cluster at a local coffee shop that has a rack for our paddles. My team's photo from our national championships is on display. Teammates greet each other along a promenade lined with shops and restaurants. There are few places as beautiful as the Willamette River, where you can see minks and beavers, bald eagles and osprey, all while dodging fishing lines and jet skis. There is so much untapped potential for development and growth on our waterfront. The World Beat Dragon Boat Club, which has 5 teams and over 130 members, helps bring clubs from throughout the West Coast to Riverfront Park each June. It's a showcase for the type of event that draws people to our beautiful city. It's also the type of event we could grow or replicate if there was an even bigger investment in Salem's waterfront. Tonight, I would encourage you to not only approve the proposed North Waterfront urban renewal area, but please give greater weight to the Willamette River Bank improvements mentioned in the proposed projects list. Finally, I'd like to offer an invitation to each of you. Please come see the river the way I'm fortunate enough to. Sitting on a dragon boat would give you a perspective of just how special the Willamette River is. You can contact me, visit the World Beat website, or ask any of your friends or neighbors who are on a team to take you out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Melissa Gauger. I hope I'm pronouncing your last name right.
Hi, my name is Melissa Gauger. I live in Salem, Ward 3, and I'm asking you to stop building the city from the top down. This corridor, Front Street, the Marion, and Center Street bridges isn't a blank slate. It's a place where people already lived, and where the city cleared them out this July ahead of the Ironman race downtown. A 23-year-old woman named Caitlin Schwartz was one of them. She told reporters she tries to keep a clean camp and look out for others. And in Oregon, you have to be rich just to survive. A downtown resident watching the same cleanup called it what it was: moving people across the street for an event, not a real solution, because once it's over, they just move back. Those people don't get a line item in this plan. Of 6 project categories, 4 are site preparation and financial incentives for private developers: transportation, business redevelopment, utility infrastructure, property acquisition. This plan includes acquisition and disposition of land, taking land from the people to hand it over for private use. Housing gets 2 bullet points, framed as incentives to encourage developer investment, not commitments to house people already here. There's no homelessness allocation at all, even though Riverfront Downtown, your own URA, already funds sheltering partnerships. And think about what no impact to the general fund really means right now. This month, Salem Kaiser School District announced it's closing up to 8 elementary schools, nearly a fifth of the district, after already cutting 130 jobs and $23 million this year. That's the district being squeezed. This URA asks you to lock up 33 more years of property tax growth that would otherwise flow to that district. While it's cutting teachers and closing schools, that trade-off is not free. Your staff report says this URA is being created early, ahead of actual need. I'd ask you to flip that logic. The need isn't 15 years out. It's the kids losing their schools and the people told they had minutes to grab their belongings this July in this exact area. I'm not asking you to worry less about investment. I'm asking you to worry about the right thing first. So my ask is simple: commit to housing first and fund our schools. Before a dollar goes to developer incentives, commit a binding share of this $199.4 million to housing and a dedicated homelessness allocation. And stop freezing away tax revenue our schools need while they're already being cut. Housing and schools first. Investors can wait. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. That concludes public testimony. Does the council have any questions for staff on this topic or comment? Councilor Nishioka.
Yes, I have several questions, and I will start with my first one. When we had our work session, so I'm not sure who's going to come up, but so you're welcome to come up. In our work session about this URA, I asked specifically if we could recognize the significance of this area, the significance of the river, and find opportunities to build something that many would want to come and see. Focusing in on the idea or concept of making sure we had very usable art, whether that be pathways, green space, and as we've already heard, bike and pathways to get from one end to the other. And I see you're all shaking your heads. So I recognize that there is a very brief statement about art. Hearing testimony, I'm really wondering, I know that the URAs are constructed to fit the state requirements and have very basic knowledge. I'm just curious if maybe this one should require very specific information.
Good evening, Kristen Rutherford, Director of Community Planning and Development. When it comes to doing art in urban renewal areas, the statute changed some years ago that has placed restrictions on doing art. Okay. It's not that it's impossible, but it now requires that you get the voted approval of the affected taxing districts. That also applies for public buildings. So if it's, you know, I don't know, like a performing arts center, a police station, something like that, at this point in time, it has to go through a different process than it did when we created our other urban renewal areas. So there are some degree of flexibility when you talk about green space, pathways, that sort of thing. That would be under infrastructure rather than art. You could make it beautiful, but the purpose has to be a usable infrastructure, and then you could use urban renewal funding for that. But if you're thinking like a clock tower or something along those lines, then that falls in the category that requires the concurrence of the approval of the taxing districts.
Thank you. Does the current Riverfront URA have information about art or art structure, infrastructure?
Yes. So in the Riverfront Urban Renewal Plan that was created prior to these changes, and art is included in the plan, as were a few different public buildings.
So this means that things have changed at the state structure.
Yes.
Are you aware of any mechanisms that we can become more specific and still follow the guidelines? When I say more specific, instead of being too general, be firmer. This is over 33 years. Mm-hmm. This is a long time, and I'm wanting us to think ahead. Mm-hmm. As we've already heard, it's easy to get behind in codes and goals, and so I'm really hoping that we can be really forward, futuristic thinking of what could be here. So I just trying to figure out how we can do that.
Are you thinking specifically as it relates to art?
No,
or
not
just
necessarily. More on
mm-hmm.
the overall plans. Okay. And again, really trying to enhance the river.
Okay. I think it's important as we think about this to remember that an urban renewal plan is not a land use plan. Okay? It is a funding tool to implement the other existing master plans and planning documents and our like our transportation master plan, our wastewater master plan, all of these other documents that are in existence. So in the city, we have a very large and substantial body of planning documents, both on the infrastructure side of things and, you know, from the comprehensive plan on down. An urban renewal plan needs to conform to these other planning documents. So it cannot create things in a vacuum to implement it. What we do is we pull from all of this other planning work that's had years and years and years of public engagement and vetting, and then implement that through the funding strategy of the urban renewal plan.
Before you go on, Councilor Matthews, did you have something related to this?
I did, but I can also wait until... my question was just basically, and I think you kind of were answering it a little bit there, but I heard testimony tonight just about, obviously, the potential of a data center being in any of these and it being near Willamette River. I thought that was fairly valid. And so obviously we know we're assessing data centers in our code right now and we have task force. Would the creation of this preemptively happen prior to basically our actual finishing that other process? And is there a concern there?
Yeah, so the way that these would interrelate, okay, is that within the proposed boundary, there are some parcels, okay, there are a handful of parcels that are currently zoned with a zoning designation where data centers are allowed outright. Okay, and this is something that through the code work that we're undertaking, we're revisiting. Okay, so you've got that factor. So today, it would be allowed. As we're changing the code, we're going to have a different situation in the future. That is the case whether or not the urban renewal area exists. Okay. When the urban renewal exists, what it does then is create funding paths for investment in infrastructure, okay? In our roads, our sewer, our water, all of these different things. It can also be used for grants to developers or businesses like we have in some of our other urban renewal areas. Grant programs are established with criteria and guidelines. So this body could very easily say, as we're developing any future grant programs within this urban renewal area, what those grants could be used for and not used for. Okay, so it could be no grants for data centers. That's following on planning work that's going to be undertaken, though, to change language when it comes to data centers.
Okay, I believe the city manager has a question or something to add.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I just wanted to I appreciate the work done by the staff. I know there is a lot of work went into this, but I also equally appreciate the public testimony today. What I would like to suggest is I would like to have staff provide council with a written response in the future meetings about the questions that have been raised today by the public. Since there is no deadline requiring us to act tonight, I think what makes sense is to continue this conversation and make sure that we fully understand the implications of moving forward with this proposal. So I want us to take the time to get this right rather than rushing through it. Because there is no deadline, my preference is for us to come back with more response and also make sure that the public understand what we're trying to do here.
Mr. City Attorney.
Thanks, Dan Atchison, City Attorney. So what council has the option to do is, to close the hearing and then continue deliberations to a later date. Alternatively, you can keep the hearing open and just set a date certain. So the next council meeting, would be September 14th. The one after that would be the 28th, or you could push it into October if that works better. I would just ask Ms. Rutherford when we think we could be prepared to come back with a written report, whether the 14th or the 28th would work better.
I think it would be best if it came back the 14th.
That surprised me. Anyone have any comment on that? Councilor Barney?
Thank you. So date certain, can it be like 3-4 years down the road?
So I wouldn't recommend setting it that far out just because we're not required to renotice it. So usually if we just set it out a few weeks or a month, then that's different. If you're by saying that, if you're talking about just tabling the whole proposal, that would be a different motion.
Okay, thank you for that. Because I'm really concerned. We have so much going on right now with the task force and data centers. And there were so many bits and pieces in here that I think, that I do have a lot of questions about that aren't going to be taken care of within just a couple of weeks. Things like acknowledging the importance of the Willamette. I realize it doesn't fit into the zoning and all that stuff, but the Willamette fits into our community. I mean, when we redid the plan for Riverfront Park, the Willamette River was the focus of the design. The Willamette is the blue in our city flag, when we decided on it. And I don't feel that it's focused on enough here. I appreciate the need to postpone this, and I understand this, but I don't feel it's enough time to do the things that I think this should do. Number one, it covers a huge, very complicated area. Also, Director Rutherford said that we need, this provides a funding path for development. Well, we need a funding path for our general fund, not to be taking away from it right now. I think that's super crucial. I'm just looking at my notes here. Yeah, just some, those are my comments right now. I just don't feel comfortable with this at this point.
Anyone else comment? Councilor Bang.
Thank you, Mayor. To add on to the questions that we'll get written response for, I wanted to know whether we have any ability to either shorten the 33-year time period for the URA, or if we're not allowed to, or by statute, if we are able to put into place like performance measures or like checkpoints at certain times in the 33-year period to come back and reassess whether the URA is meeting the intended goal that we set out to do. Because I do think 33 years is a long time. It is literally somebody's like childhood and adult life. And to have something be set out so far in the future, I'd like there to be a lot of opportunity for the city and the public to, and council to be able to like check in on the development. So add that onto the list of questions to be answered. Thank you.
Yes, and just to speak to that right now, urban renewal in Oregon is not governed by a timeline. It's the length of an urban renewal area is tied to the amount of maximum indebtedness. Right? So that's the amount that you can use to spend within the urban renewal area. So to address that, you could have a lower amount of maximum indebtedness. You could also, if you do not have outstanding debt within an urban renewal area, the body could choose to terminate the urban renewal area sooner, right? And not complete projects that are maybe outstanding within the urban renewal area. So that remains an option. The reason that the maximum indebtedness amount is set as what it is informed by the projects to be accomplished within the urban renewal area. And on Front Street, we have a project that we don't have fully cost estimated, but we know it is going to be extremely expensive because of the railroad and because of the bridge and constraints in that area. And that for redevelopment to occur, and to take areas that are currently warehouses and redevelop it as housing, there will be some very, very expensive projects necessary before we can get permission from the railroads to either close crossings, to do regulated crossings, and to address and get their approval to move forward with that development. So we have applied for, we've received a federal grant to further study that will help us learn what those costs are. But without doing that work, we're not going to see redevelopment in this area. So that and other projects that are within our existing master plans that are within this area are what form that maximum indebtedness amount and then the ultimate timeline.
Councilor Tigan, did you have something?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just say, in general, I am in support of this urban renewal area. I appreciate the ability to put some more questions into the record and get the feedback from staff on those questions. I do, I think I understand the plan as a document that's supposed to be general in scope so we can craft projects for the next 30 years under it. However, I do think, especially in the goals, it really understates the importance of the river. As we've heard from some of the commenters, and just as I personally believe, I do think that that is something that we should take a look at as planting a flag for the importance of this area. Yes, I know the money really does need to go to navigating the railroad as well, but we do have lots of city plans that talk about activating the length of the river. This is going to be a really critical aspect of it. And I just think we could use a little bit more in the goals associated with it. And some of the project selection. There's a project selection about the pathway along Mill Creek, but nothing really about activating pedestrian access to the river or what we know to be an interest in a length of river trail or even a paved pathway or something. The other thing I'll just say, I've really appreciated so much of the public comment tonight, and I'm apologize to my Ward 1 constituents that I can't be there tonight on this important issue for Ward 1. I do want to say that with the closing of it's not quite that we closed some of the urban renewal areas, but at the start of the presentation we saw, because we're not collecting tax increment in some of those, this is a tool that at this point we're now underutilizing as a city. And I think that we need to have more conversations as a city council about how to properly use the urban renewal authority, because having recently visited capital cities that aren't doing as well as Salem, I think it's important that we keep in mind the growth of our city. And I'll say that when we're talking about these urban renewal areas. So that's my thoughts on this.
Thank you, Councillor Teigen. Anyone else? Councillor Varney.
Thanks. I was just wondering, since kind of to build on the Willamette, if this is just kind of a big plan, and I am curious about when elements like the historic value of the cannery or the cultural value and that sort of, when do those come in? Are they amendments that come into the plan, or how do we add those pieces that are so important?
So elements like that come in through the land use development process, not within the urban renewal plan, because the urban renewal plan is not a land use plan. It does not control zoning. It implements projects then tied back to our other plans.
Okay. For instance, the TIF projects that are authorized in this plan, the only one that I found under that list for Willamette Riverbank, and I didn't understand, improvements to the riverbank as it relates to riverfront development as outlined and approved by the Corps of Engineers. So those are the only projects associated with the riverbank that we can do, or things that we just get approved by the Corps?
So that would be for an infrastructure project that we would do for any preservation, stabilization, anything like that. And it have to be done under the approval of the Corps. But as you are going through the development of the site, and we've had these conversations with developers recently over the last few years, as they have explored this site, things like trails along the Willamette Greenway, right? That occurs during the land use discussions. That's where that comes into play. That would be the case whether or not the urban renewal plan exists. What the urban renewal plan could do is provide funding to implement that project.
Can I ask one more? Okay. I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense. It's really difficult to understand how these all come together. And I think our discussions of this first started when we were talking about the cannery years ago, you know, when we were talking about developing the area. So why, maybe you can explain, why did the area expand to encompass so much at once?
Okay, the reason that we're looking at the size that it is to generate the amount of tax increment growth necessary to accomplish the identified projects. You have to have a boundary that is substantial enough that you can capture enough development to be able to pay for those projects. The cannery development itself is not going to be sufficient to pay for Front Street, okay? It just won't produce enough tax increment for that and the other projects that would be in the plan. So you capture a larger area of land and generate revenue from the 3% growth. And redevelopment, sorry, let me slap the microphone around here. The redevelopment of new developments, you get the steady 3%, plus you'll get spikes of redevelopment, smaller scale redevelopment that's within an urban renewal area. And then you will have larger, more substantial redevelopments like, let's say, the cannery site, if that is to move forward at some point. And then all of that revenue aggregates over time to be able to fund the major infrastructure projects. What occurs in some urban renewal areas, and we did this out at Mill Creek to start development there of the roads and sewer, stormwater work that occurred out there, is once you've got that collection of 3% a year, and then maybe with some smaller redevelopments occurring there, you can bond for that and borrow money to then advance your significant infrastructure like Front Street that then facilitates the bigger redevelopments.
I would like to make a motion. Do you want to continue this conversation?
May I just make a couple comments? Sure. Before you make the motion? Ms. Rutherford, thank you for all the work on this. I will make the statement that I think that it's, as we all know, urban renewal areas are hard to understand, I think is maybe a good way to say it. And we have the compounding codes and land planning that everyone wants to hear about, and that's, again, sort of a confusing point for many of us. I want to thank our city manager for even saying that we can postpone this. I appreciate that, and I also appreciate the comments from my fellow councilors. All of us are trying to say we want to have, I think, more clarity and some, I almost feel like what we need is to get codes changed before we say we're ready to move forward with this. But I think we're going to be hearing that maybe we're going to wait a little while. So again, I mainly want to thank you for all the work on this, and we're still trying to fully understand and help the public understand. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Councillor. I just wanted to make, so there's so much going on right now. What I would suggest is let's kind of go back and we'll figure out a date to come back to. So Councillor Varney, I do understand that you would like to get more time on this. So we'll have a conversation and come back with a date, maybe sometime in October. So we'll get you a date after, maybe later. We'll figure that out. And
So just to clarify, we don't have to set the date certain right now. If you want, you can just say we're going to continue the hearing, and we will notice and announce a date when the hearing continues to. So if you're going to make a motion to continue this process, it would just be to continue the hearing, and we will announce when that hearing date is going to be set for.
Councillor Nishioka, did you have something?
Yes, I'm just curious about the first reading that's on here. Would that also then just be removed?
Yeah, we can pull that from the agenda.
Thank you.
Councillor Matthews.
I apologize, City Attorney. I also have a question about just the process of delaying. So are we, if we were to leave it open, kind of open-ended, or would we be closing the public hearing? And either way, how does that affect our communication as far as the council goes with the public or anything else?
Thanks. It's Dan Atchison, City Attorney. So this isn't a quasi-judicial land use hearing, so you're welcome to talk to anyone and everyone about this subject. There's no ex parte rule. Except each other, yeah. But I would probably recommend just continuing the hearing to keep it open so you can take more testimony when you do reconvene to discuss the topic.
So do you need a motion to that effect, or we just walk away?
Is that an option? No, we do need a motion, please, if you would. So just a motion to continue the hearing to a later date to be announced.
I'll move. We continue. I'm making a motion that we leave the hearing open until a later date to be announced. Good enough?
I'll second that. Do we need a motion about first reading?
We can take care of that later.
We have a motion? And a second. Anything further? Mr. City Attorney?
Councilor Tygan's ready to vote?
Please no.
Please no. Councilor Tigan, did you have something? Are you ready to vote? Okay. Will the city recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councilor Matthews.
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councilor Brown.
Aye.
Councilor Vang.
Aye.
Councilor Nordyke recused. Councilor Varney.
Aye.
Councilor Tigan.
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Aye. All right. Now we are moving on to item 4.2. Is Councilor Nordyke coming back online? Okay. She's in the room already? Not yet? I don't know. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open the hearing for 4.2.
Dan Atchison, City Attorney. So as we noted on the agenda, we'd asking council just to open and continue this hearing. We're not going to take any testimony tonight. The reason for the continuance is to allow the applicant to further revise their proposal. There's a good chance we can come back with a different staff recommendation or a proposal that might meet the city's needs.
So do I need to make a motion to continue the hearing?
Please make a motion to continue the hearing to September 28th.
Thank you. I move to continue the hearing to September 28th, 2026.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that? Online? Looks like no. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Matthews.
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councilor Brown.
Aye.
Councilor Vang.
Aye.
Councilor Nordyke.
Aye.
Councilor Varney.
Aye.
Councilor Tigan.
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka.
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. Moving on to public hearings. Nope, wrong page. Moving on to special orders of business. Number 5.1, the Planning Commission Annual Report. Who's this guy?
Oh, okay. Mayor Hoy, City Council, thank you for letting me come up here. It's my understanding that I have 10 minutes to present the report.
That's correct. Can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Robert V.R. Brandel. I am the current chair of the Planning Commission. And I'm going to get started.
Thank you.
So, we had a pretty good year. I don't know if everyone's seen the report. We sent it in already. I believe we're required to send it in by October 1st. But we got it in on time, which is great. We had 4 quasi-judicial land use hearings. Sometimes they can take quite a while. I have been here for the entirety of this hearing, so I know you all understand that land use issues can get contentious, sometimes last for a lot longer than you would think. Hopefully the work that we do is helpful for the council. I know a couple of our decisions have been appealed or will get appealed. There's a lot of thought that goes into the process as we make decisions. I think that the commission has a lot of background from different areas, different parts of the city, different professions, creates a very strong body. There's a lot of deliberation that goes into the decisions that we make. We're hopeful that the council hears that and considers that when they make decisions on anything that they may review of our work. In the report that the city made, they went over 900 units were approved or permitted this year, or produced this year, which is nice. Not as much as I think we would all like. As everyone discussed pretty at length tonight, there's a lot of housing needs, a lot of considerations go into all of that. It makes it very difficult to get things done. But I do think that the city staff works very hard. I think that the Planning Commission works very hard, and I know that you all work very hard as it's a volunteer position and you're here at 9:30 on a Monday night. So thank you for that. We did go through a housing production strategy, which I believe got sent to City Council. There was a lot of extended discussion there before it got passed along. Very forward thinking in terms of, similar to, I think, the tax issues that you've been discussing. It's a lot of concept and not a lot of detail. Hopefully that comes together well. Permit timelines are another issue that were discussed. Things take a long time. I know that there's a number of people here in the development community or at least affiliated with it and understand that the amount of time it takes to permit and complete a construction project can make something be viable or not viable. I know the city staff works very hard to make the permitting process more streamlined. Hopefully that continues to improve. We did have 2 code amendment hearings as well, leading to rights-of-way dedications and floodplain regulations. We also get a lot of information presentations, so city staff takes their time to present to us. They cover every different department. I think it's useful for the Planning Commission to get those reports in and have those presentations to us so that we can use that information to inform the decisions that we make. Hopefully that creates a more sort of robust body of knowledge when we make decisions, and that leads to better decisions. As a deliberative body, it's important for us to have all the information that we can. The presentations that city staff give us are always very helpful, whether we're having a hearing or not. One of the last items is that the Goal 5, State Land Use Goal 5, riparian corridor update, Phase 1 was completed. Phase 2 is kicking off. That's been something that's going on for a couple of years. There's a special commission where 2 members of the Planning Commission are on that. They are working on that. We've also created some subcommittees. One of them has been disbanded due to the Salem in Motion work that's being done. It's kind of redundant, so we didn't feel a need to do that again. There's another wetlands committee that is creating a letter that we'll be hopefully sending to you sometime soon. And then the last thing I think that we just wanted to discuss, and I'm trying to be quick because it is late, in terms of membership requirements and candidate interviews, as I think I've gone to at length in my 3 minutes I've been talking, our body, the Planning Commission, has a very wide range of backgrounds, both from the city, geographically, and in terms of what knowledge base they bring. And I think that that creates a Planning Commission that is stronger and makes better decisions. And we're looking at what are we doing with land and how the city develops into the future. It's something that's inherently unknowable. We're all guessing a little. And so it's important to try to make decisions that are as well thought out as they can be, because we're always going to be a little bit wrong. No one knows what's going to come from the future. And so having a diverse, ideologically diverse, educationally diverse, geographically diverse body make these decisions creates a better situation for the city as a whole, creates a better situation for the taxpayers, for the people that are being impacted by the decisions that we make. And so we would just hope that you sort of think about that as we look at how we have new members come on board as terms expire. There's been some disparity with interviews where some members have been interviewed and some members haven't been interviewed. Our request, attachment 2 to the report that I think you probably all have, is that every member be interviewed. And I think from our point of view, why we're asking for that is that keeping a continuity of that diversity of thought and knowledge base that we have now to keep having a strong commission that we have now, that's something that I think is very important. And I think the way that that can be achieved is through a consistent interviewing process so that everyone on the city council can look to the people that are applying and think about what strengths we have and what strengths they bring to the commission. And so we would just ask that you would adopt some sort of formalized and consistent interviewing process for everybody. Okay, 5 minutes, pretty good. Any questions?
Does anyone have questions? Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing up the point about interviews. I know that the Boards and Commissions Committee has been working on processes for these selections. One thing that happens is sometimes there's only one person. And so I guess just to the point is, do you feel that you would need an interview if there was only one person that would be filling that seat? I'm just curious, because again, because there's all these other regulations that the Board and Commissions Committee has to have. And it looks like, are you going to say something, Dan? Looks like you were, no, okay. I thought I was, anyway, so I'm just curious to your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. I think, for what it's worth, I got on the commission during COVID, and I believe I was the only person that applied when I got on, so I understand what you're saying. I know that there are some boards and commissions where it's difficult to get a quorum, and so creating additional barriers to getting people on there, such as requiring interviews, is maybe not helpful, because then you can't get a quorum, you can't even just run your meetings. For Planning Commission, I don't think that is as common, and I understand that I literally just said that that's what happened with me. But I don't think that that happens too often. I think that was kind of a COVID thing. I would still think that an interview would be helpful, just because then that way we know, or I guess maybe the interview information doesn't get shared very much, but we would know what sort of information that person is bringing with them and sort of their thought process on some things, if that's possible. And I think just in terms of keeping a consistent process, even when there's only one, I think our preference would generally be that everyone be interviewed.
Thank you for your input.
Anyone else? Anyone online? Yeah,
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilor Tigan.
I would just, Mr. Vieira-Brandel, just want to thank you for the report for the Planning Commissioners Week work this year. And as a short-time member of the commission, just really appreciate the dedication that you all bring to the work. So no questions, but just want to acknowledge your work and your family's dedication to the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councilor Tigan. Councilor Gwynn, go ahead.
Yeah, he beat me to the punch. I don't have a question either, but I do watch each and every Planning Commission meeting, and I just wanted to say thank you. I know that the conversations that you have at those meetings are very meaningful, and that you guys spend a lot of time. And I've been very impressed just watching the interactions and questions and things that you guys have. So I just wanted to say bravo. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Online? Going once? Thank you very much. Really appreciate you coming out. Okay, we are moving on to item 5.2, the update on the data center task force.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just have a few remarks, and then happy to entertain any questions or other thoughts Council has on it. So we're planning on 3 town hall events for the task force. These will be placed throughout the community. The first one to occur in mid-September, which is coming up real quick now. And the second and third would be held in October. We're exploring different locations for the town halls, including Laux Auditorium, where we are tonight, the Willamette Heritage Center, and the other community meeting centers throughout the community. We hope to finalize and reserve those locations within the next week or 2 weeks. In addition to the town hall events, there will be 3 to 4 task force meetings. The purpose of each meeting is kind of laid out in the staff report and relates back to the subjects of the town halls to give the task force an opportunity to take feedback from the public and help with that to help inform their work on developing recommendations. The first task force meeting is anticipated to occur in the next few weeks. The meetings will consider community input and develop recommendations to City Council on a policy for managing data centers. Council's direction is for the task force to return with its recommendations to Council by December. Council meetings in December occur for this year on the 1st and the 8th, so that means that the task force would need to be concluded with their work probably in late November. The anticipated schedule would end in November and would meet that council requirement. As far as public comment at the task force, with the inclusion of the town hall meetings that should be well attended and probably receive expansive public comment, the reason for staff's recommendation on limiting or controlling public comment at the meetings is to give these volunteers who are volunteering for the task force an opportunity to take the feedback that they've already received and have those deliberations and discussions among the task force members. As far as timing, this work is not about the Veris data center, so it's not, while people are going to testify regarding that particular data center application, the proper forum for those comments is through the land use process. There will be an opportunity, there will be public notice of that application and the opportunity for comment on it. While those comments obviously can help the task force inform their recommendations to council, if folks really want to comment on that particular application, they should submit those comments through the land use process for that application. Otherwise, as you're aware, we're also working on the moratorium and potential land use amendments for data centers in general. Most likely, the work on both of those items is going to be completed prior to the task force making the recommendations to council. We anticipate that even if those actions are received by council and council takes action on them prior to the task force recommendations, that those recommendations will still provide benefit to the community and to city council as far as informing council on policies in the immediate future and long-term future. Membership, as directed by council in the adopted motion, there'd be no more than 9 members on the task force and would include a union representative, expertise on workforce development, council members, and at least 3 community members. We have made good progress on reaching out to different members of the public and council members as far as membership, and I would turn that over to Mayor Hoy to speak to the members that at this point have been eager to accept.
Oh, thank you, Mr. City Attorney. I'll just read through the list. We're doing well. We just have 2 folks who have not, we have not absolutely confirmed with yet. We have Francisco Salvador, Ken Byerly, Leah Kagawa Phelps, Corey Poole, Russ Beaton, Eric Morton, Councilor Varney, Councilor Nishioka, and there are 2 members we have not confirmed with yet, but we do have Councilor Gwynn as an alternate. And that's the list. Thank you.
I'd be happy to answer any questions or provide more information.
Councilor Varney?
Yeah, of course. Thank you for providing the overview to everyone, so in case they didn't read through the staff report. I did hear the concerns about limiting public comment. The intent isn't to limit public comment. I think the big concern that staff was expressing was the fact that the task force has a very short timeline for accomplishing a lot. And so I think that was part of the reasoning for maybe thinking of public comment only for the task force meetings, but having it all the in-person for the town halls. That was more my understanding because they have so much to cover for the task force meeting. And so I'm open to, email me, whatever, if you have other suggestions, but that was more the reasoning behind that. I just wanted to explain it just because there is so much that they need to do. Now, if there's a way to make sure that they read every single one, I don't know. I'm assuming that they will read everyone. I know I'll be reading everyone. I also wanted to just add the public comment that came up tonight about the non-disclosure agreements and just asking kind of what was going on because nothing has been discussed or brought up yet. because my motion was that I brought up weeks ago was pretty broad about staff saying, what can we do, what can't we do, et cetera. And I just wanted to let you know that an internal process has already been put into place where counselors are supposed to be informed when an NDA is proposed to the city, so that counselors have a chance, it's my understanding, to at least know what's going on and provide information. And so I wanted to let you know at the next council meeting, my intent, I don't have it drafted yet, is to bring a motion forward to formalize that publicly. I just wanted to let you know, okay?
Thank you. And for the record, I did misspoke on this list. We contacted 2 neighborhood association members. I announced Corey Poole, and we did not have confirmation from him. We do have confirmation from Greg McDonald. Okay, thank you. Did you have something to add? Okay, Mr. City Attorney.
Just to be super clear on that, I apologize to Mr. Poole when we reached out to different folks to gauge their interest, and the communication to Mr. Poole indicated that he wanted to be on the task force, but the council limits it to 9 members, and we already had acceptance from other members. So Corey was gracious enough to back out, but I just want to make sure it was clear it wasn't his desire not to participate. It was my error in contacting too many people.
Councilor Nishioka?
Might we have him listed as an alternate, just in case?
Councilor Gwynn has indicated that she'll step out as alternate, and we can make Corey Poole the alternate. Everybody okay with that change? Yep.
My question.
Yes.
Would it be helpful to have a civilian be an alternate and a city councilor be an alternate? Just have them both? Unless Councilor Gwynn really doesn't want
No,
it.
let's do that, because Councilor Gwynn is a glutton for meetings. She loves meetings.
I heard that. I heard
And
that.
I think that'd be great.
Me too.
So can we make that change to have 2 alternates without like somebody making a motion?
I think you just did it, Mayor.
Beautiful.
Second.
I love it. Thank you, sir. Okay. All in favor? Just say aye. Thank you very much. Did you have anything else to add about the task force? And I know we need to add some time to the clock.
I have nothing more to add.
Okay. Councilor Nishioka, can we have a motion?
Yes, I'll move to 10:30.
Second.
Motion and a second by Matthews. All in favor? Okay. Aye. Great. None opposed? We have to assume the online folks are all in. Yes, good job.
Oh, yes, we are all in and so excited.
Yeah, you can say that. You're home.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. We are moving on then to the item which, Councilor Tigan, don't go away, big man. Your item 5.3 is your pull. Go right ahead.
Thank you. I move that we authorize the city manager to execute the telecommunications franchise agreement between the City of Salem and Forged Fiber 37 LLC for the provision of telecommunications service in the city's right-of-way.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second by Nishioka. Councilor, to your motion.
Thank you. I guess I just wanted to pull this off the consent calendar, and I recognize it's late, and so we'll keep this brief, but I did just want to, for the benefit of the council and the community, just share the experience that some of the, especially in Ward 1, I believe, has taken sort of the first go around with the installation of fiber by a number of the folks who've gotten a franchise agreement with the city. And so I did want to ask city staff, and if it's a matter of following up, I understand with tonight's time commitments, but I'm really interested to know what we're doing as a city to as these agreements come to and the applications to use the right-of-way come in, what we're doing to minimize the impact of these fiber installations on residents throughout the city. That's sort of question one. And then the second part is what we're doing to minimize the impact of the fiber installation on city staff. I'm concerned that I want to know that we have a robust enough cost recovery system that we're not subsidizing these companies as they bring these facilities to our community. I think the work that they do is important. I think bringing more markets to internet access is important, but I don't think we should be subsidizing it. And so I'm not sure if the city staff has response to either one of those now, but if not, I understand it's late and would appreciate a follow-up.
Yeah, the city manager would like to respond.
Councillor Tigan, thank you for that question. So what I wanted to talk about, I think even this was like a couple of months ago, there was quite a bit of public written testimony about the work that is being done with these fiber companies. And so we internally, staff have talked about it. I think one of the pieces that we are probably missing, and I think you covered it a little bit, is the cost recovery, the full cost recovery. And part of that, we are not necessarily charging these companies for the oversight that is required. We do not have the staff capacity to to oversee the work that is being done and make sure that it is not, being detrimental to the community and the community members. So there isn't any mechanism that we have in place to have these companies pay for that oversight work that is required by the city staff or the inspection, whatever that you want to call it. So there was some conversation internally, and then also the other piece, I'm also hearing how many number of companies are we going to allow to kind of do this work, and how many companies do we need in this community? So those are important questions. But internally, we had some conversation, but I don't think we have really come to a conclusion on, at least right now, we don't have a recommendation about how to move forward with that. So with that, I'll have Director Martin kind of add more details to that.
Yes, thank you, Brian Martin, Public Works Director. I would just add on to what City Manager Nembury shared. We're looking at different options. One example with one of the fiber companies is they said they're willing to pay for inspection costs. We're working on an addendum to the franchise agreement with them to try and recover those costs. So our legal team, development services have all been putting effort in to do that. But we know there's more companies coming in, and if we can get some standard language, maybe we can start adding them to these agreements, or having addendas when people are going to come in and do wholesale changes in the community. The other thing we're looking at is our permit fees are just not where they should be to recover this type of work. And so we're going to also look at, it's probably going to take some analysis, maybe some outside help to figure out what should that cost be. If we're going to go to a cost per foot, what are the resource needs to actually figure out what is a fair compensation for it. So we have brought on an extra inspector, a consultant inspector, to help us with the work that's happening now. I know staff is meeting every couple of weeks with the main company right now, trying to get better communication out in the field. We realize there still are shortcomings, but we're doing our best to try and work through them with the resources that we have.
I just want to kind of inform that I was told that the representative from the Forged Fiber is also online. If the council has any questions for them, they're here to respond.
If I may ask Director Martin a question before you go away. When one of these companies, no matter which one it is, hits a water line or a gas line, are we repairing that?
So if they would hit a gas line, it would generally be the gas company that would make that repair, but they'd have the opportunity to bill that company back for their costs. Likewise, if they hit one of our water lines, our water team would go out and correct it, and then we would bill that company for the work, the cost that.
So there's a mechanism in place to get reimbursed for that kind of
Yeah, if anyone damages anything in our right-of-way, we can go ahead and seek reimbursement.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tigan, go right ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I'm just curious, so maybe just for a little bit of disclosure, Director Martin, when one of these companies has an application to build out their fiber network across the entire city of Salem, how long does it take them to do that? I mean, some of the companies have been operating this summer just in one neighborhood in one or two neighborhoods in Ward 1, but there's many more to go. So do you have a sense of how long it would take them to build it out?
So Robin Dulke with Community Planning and Development is working the applications. I have heard a rumor, but I think she can probably give you a better answer.
Hi, good evening. Robin Dulke, Development Services Division Manager. So if we're directing to the company that's been working heavily in Ward 1 this summer, the anticipated build-out timeframe to reach all corners of our city is like a 2 to 3 year timeframe. I just was running some numbers on average frontages that we've covered with the linear footage of permitting that we've issued so far, and they've hit about 5,000 property frontages at this stage. So they're working hard and they're working fast, and that's exactly what we're facing is how are we keeping up with this speed that we, and at least in my time at the city for the past few decades, have not ever seen at this level. So we're pivoting as quickly as we can, but we're learning a lot as we go.
Thank you, Robin. And I would just say I appreciate your help so far in navigating some of the challenges that our residents have had. I would just suggest that the city staff come back to the council with recommendations on how we can help you. I am concerned about the city staff essentially being put in the position to do the work of these companies, and I don't think that's appropriate. And if you need more authority from the city staff, I think we need to hear what it is. Or if you need more authority from the city council, I think we need to hear what that is.
Great point, Councillor Tigan. I'm also curious, and you know, maybe the company that's online can answer, because I've watched companies come in and want to do business here, and to say that they'll follow up, they'll make good, they'll put everything back the way it was, and we've had some incidents where that hasn't happened. And how do you guarantee that for the public? So. Director Martin?
Yeah, we have the authority, if they do not come back and make that right-of-way right, to go out and do that work and bill them for it. So, in fact, I was just reading this new franchise agreement that's for approval tonight, and the city engineer does have the authority to make contractors correct that work, and if not, we would hire a contractor and do it and bill them.
I've seen Councillor Nordike's had her hand up for a bit. We'll go there first, please, and then Councillor Matthews.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to underline what Councillor Tigan said. I feel that we, like a lot of cities, face a lot of pressure on our revenue. We are not the only city that is looking under every rock and stone for financial savings. So I want to make sure that our staff know that we want you to be clear and upfront with these folks, whether it's fiber companies or others who are coming to town, like Madam Mayor also alluded to as well. If you're new in town, we are glad you're here, but these are our terms. And that's really important, right? Cost recovery has changed a lot, and staff time costs more money because costs of living are going up. And we are making good on our promises we make to all of our workers that are subject to our collective bargaining agreements and our managers and all of that. So we really do have to look hard for every possible resource. So I just appreciate the fact that you and Councillor Tigan have already pointed this out. And yeah, if you need more authority from us, if you need a bad cop, call me.
Councillor Matthews and then Councillor Brown.
You mentioned that at this moment, I guess our permitting isn't really covered, or this it's not covering as far as cost recovery goes on these, and then we're kind of looking at a new potential system. And yet also, these seem to be moving at breakneck speed. And so knowing that the two things are sort of city generally moves slow or government generally moves slow, and they're obviously not. And so I don't want to be so delayed on our cost recovery that by the time we get it in, they're finished with their implementation of their fiber. And so where do these two things match up, and how long do we anticipate that we'll actually, before we'll see that kind of cost recovery analysis done?
That's a great question. I think the best that we can do if we want to move as quickly as we can is estimate the amount of feet they're going to put in our system over these 2 to 3 years, and then estimate what we think the resource needs are to address it, and divide those resource needs out by how many feet there is, and that may be our cost per foot that we should try and collect with permit fees. So that would be one way to do it. The other option is if we just have them pay for all the inspection costs, but that is not recovering the costs of Robin's staff having to review all these permits. That just covers the work out in the field happening. So
I think I would be in support of whatever method you guys were able to come up with that was able to be at a reasonable pace to offset their quick pace. Does that make sense?
Councilor Brown?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Director Martin, my question is, in the staff report, so thank you for the staff report, you mentioned that Forge Fiber, they currently offer fiber services to more than 15,000 homes in Salem, and their goal is to double that in the next 4 years. So when it comes to a concerned constituent or someone that's a part of those 15,000 homes, how do they reach out to us if they have a problem? Like, do they reach us independently, or do they reach you or Robin? Like, what's the mechanism in place for somebody they have some concerns or questions?
So I'll try and take this, and I may refer to Josh, who is the author of that report. So this company is actually taking over the Lumen fiber, which Lumen used to be CenturyLink. So I think you all probably remember CenturyLink, but as the names change, they become further from us. So if you're an existing customer of CenturyLink and you have an issue, generally you would call your provider. If they're out doing new work in your neighborhood, then they might call us about the work that's happening in the street. But I think typically when they're talking about adding these additional 15,000 people, they'll be going to places where they are not located now and doubling the size of their network. So all that new work that's going to happen will be just like the fiber work that's happening out in the city now by the other companies. It'll all be new, and we'll hear a lot of the same concerns.
Well, he's right behind you if you wanted to add to it.
Yeah, just real quick. Josh Eggleston, Chief Financial Officer. If it's a current customer, you can always reach out to franchise@cityofsalem.net. That goes to our franchise administrator. So any escalated customer service complaints about service are managed through that office. If it's about the permitting process, I think it's Public Works franchise@cityofsalem.net is the email address to reach the people if you have an active installation process. And then you can always call the CSE, and they can direct you also.
And have we had a lot of complaints or no? Or maybe not complaints, maybe data boys, we're doing a good job.
I think a big difference that we're seeing is that a lot of the existing fiber work, so what CenturyLink has or Lumen has existing, is overhead, and now there's not room left overhead, or there's certain areas in Salem that don't have an overhead opportunity. So the boring that we're seeing for the new fiber installs, that's where we're getting the complaints, because now we're seeing ground disturbance in people's front right-of-way areas, and whereas before it wasn't as noticeable when they're just pulling line between poles. So yes, we are getting calls, quite a few, about the current underground installation work, but this contract that's in front of you tonight, there's not the activity that we're seeing with other companies, and part of that reason is the contract is in front of you tonight for approval.
Got it. Well, thank you for that. I was just curious, Madam Mayor, because obviously, we have a lot of folks in our communities, and some are probably on board, and I'm just curious if there's a way just to reach whoever if they had some concern. So thank you.
Thank you for that. I will go to Councilor Nishioka, and then I would invite Greg from Forge Fiber, who's online, if he would like to chime in for any reason, and if anyone has a question for him. Go ahead, Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you. Ms. Dahlke, this is for you. I think that, I guess, what I'm hearing is that this contract has been brought forward as a consent calendar, so you're comfortable with this contract, even though what you're also looking at is mechanisms to make sure that we have cost recovery for any future contracts? And I guess I'm really just trying to figure out if you are comfortable with this one, or if this one should be also maybe turfed to another meeting.
No, I'm comfortable. A lot of the things that we've talked about just already tonight, we are dealing with as part of the permit process, and they're not the details that are typically involved in the contract, which is a more high level, clear that they need to restore right-of-way, but specific to the company and the application we receive for the permit, that's going to also dictate what kind of notifications we want to see, what kind of permit and inspection cost recovery we want to see, and that we're working on now, I think, is going to be separate to the contract process and is going to affect all of our franchise providers. So, yeah,
Thank you very much for that answer.
Your question.
Okay, does Greg with Forge Fiber have anything to add?
Yes. Members of the council, can you hear me all right?
Sure can. Go ahead.
All right, so I'm going to power through any feedback, so I'm going to blame that on the awkwardness. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. It's my pleasure to be in front of the City Council of Salem, and we've been working with staff since September of 2025 and are so excited to have the opportunity to be in front of council for approval. As already mentioned in the report, we are hopeful to increase the number of people served by our fiber from 15,000 to 30,000. And for the Lumen transaction, which was closed in February, we still have to get permission from the city to take official ownership as part of this franchise, because part of the franchise is the authorization to operate, own, maintain, replace, improve, and expand. So once this is granted, we have closed that off and we have dotted our I's and crossed our T's on this. This also requires Forge Fiber, which is a subsidiary of AT&T, to post a performance bond in the amount of $100,000. So if we don't restore the right-of-way, if we are remiss in our duties, then the city does have the option to draw on that bond, which we would then be obligated to replenish for the life of the franchise. In addition, for every single contract, every individual permit, we also have to post a construction bond, which would cover the ability to repair that. So the city is doubly protected in case we're remiss in restoring the right-of-way. So there are two avenues, and potentially even a third, depending on how city staff wants to go about it in terms of restoring the right-of-way to its former glory. When it regard to who to talk to for disturbances in the public right-of-way, I spoke personally with the local permitting manager. His name is Keith Hale, and he is always available. Standard practice is to put door flyers out when there's a utility locate, and we can, of course, comply with any additional permitting requirements the staff would like to have as part of individual projects. So if you want another round of notification, we do keep track of when we put those flyers out on door hangers saying, hey, we're going to be working in the right-of-way. Here's when we plan on doing it. And if you have any questions, Keith's number will be available. Thank you, Keith, for volunteering. And I am available to answer any questions you might have about this agreement in front of you, and respectfully ask that the council approve it so that we can begin planning meetings with staff for those individual fiber expansions and close this out. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that. Any question or comment? Councilor Tigan, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Bush, have you been tracking the fiber build out in Salem over the last, 4 or 5 months that it's been in Salem newspapers?
Not specifically, no. And I forgot to mention at the beginning of my speech that I am outside legal counsel with the Bush Law Firm for this. I was personally responsible for negotiating the franchise with staff. So I'm very familiar with the terms of the franchise and what we're obligated to do. But for the actual build out, I have not been keeping track of this specifically, no.
Okay, fair enough. I appreciate that. Does the agreement that we have with you require, or with your client require, and there's a $100,000 bond that the city can draw on. Is there a fund that the city can draw on for cost recovery?
Not as part of the franchise, and staff, I'd look to staff's guidance as to how best to handle that. That's ultimately up to the city.
Okay, just wanted to double check. Thank you.
Anyone else? Maybe those news articles should be required reading for the people coming to do the work. That might be good. Anyone else have any comment or question? Thank you so much for being here, Greg. We really appreciate it. All right. If there is no further discussion on this, this is... We have a motion from Councilor Tigan. Did we get a second? Yes. Councilor Nishioka. So will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councilor Brown.
Aye.
Councilor Vang.
Aye.
Councilor Nordyke.
Aye.
Councilor Varney.
Aye.
Councilor Tigan.
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councilor Matthews.
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. We're moving on to information reports. I'll go ahead and read these. If you have something to add, please stop me. Item 6.1, the Notice of Proposed Administrative Rulemaking for Commercial Property, Assessed Clean Energy, the CPACE program. Item 6.2, information regarding the city's short-term rental program.
Yes.
Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you. I guess I'm asking a lot of questions tonight. I had already submitted my questions, so if city staff would like to come forward and see if you want to start out, or if you would like me to go ahead and ask my questions and answer, however you'd like to do this.
I'm sure you can go ahead and ask.
All right, so I have 5 questions. We've been hearing complaints about licensed short-term rentals and the accessory short-term rentals, or that complaints about them have been very low, which is good, which is great. But compliance has been a problem. So maybe you can review some of the numbers for how many are out there, how many are compliant, how many are not, and what strategies or enforcement tools could we see that you bring forward for these properties that are not in compliance?
Sure. Lisa Anderson-Ogilvie, your planning administrator, and then I also have with me Bryce Bishop, a senior planner in the planning division, to help answer questions. And I instantly forgot the numbers the moment you asked me. Oh, here we go. Okay, so we had, as of late July when I worked on the report, 41 licensed accessory short-term rentals. So accessory is when the homeowner lives there, so it's not a full-time business. And we had 33 licensed short-term rentals, so the property is completely used for short-term rental, nobody lives there. And as the date that we pulled the report, there were 101 unlicensed rentals out there in the city. And those numbers change daily, so we just, pulled them on a date. I detailed in the report that we did spend the last year doing outreach and, pulling the numbers of unlicensed and getting their contact information through our third-party vendor that we're using, sending letters, sending rounds of letters. We've had lots of conversations. Some of those letters have just been ignored. Some operators have just not responded to any of our letters. Some of them have come in, talked about the process, and then decided they were going to do a long-term rental instead, so not doing short-term, but renting it, month-to-month or, year lease or something like that, which means they don't need a short-term rental license. But then they pop back up again in a few weeks on our searches that they are doing short-term. So they kind of switch it to 30 days minimum rental, and then they switch back when they maybe think we aren't looking. So there's been about 100 that we just, without doing further enforcement on, we're not getting any progress on as far as getting them licensed.
I'm curious as to, again, cost recovery. So a lot of time spent, staff, and then again, jumping back and forth. I guess I'm just curious as to you have strategies on that, and how might we make sure staff are, the time spent are getting funded?
Yeah, I think if we, in talking with our multifamily inspectors and the code compliance staff, who are the ones checking to see if they have licenses, they're directing folks to planning because we process the license, but ultimately it's code compliance staff that are ensuring people have licenses, and then the multifamily inspectors are doing inspections once they're licensed as they can. And I think based on our year and the kinds of response or non-response that we've received, we would probably need another staff person because it really is kind of a full-time job to keep monitoring what's popping up on the lists every week and then making that contact. And then if we're not getting a response, starting a formal code compliance case. And if there's 100 out there that truly are operating without a license, and maybe even in a way that they could not obtain a license, maybe in a multifamily unit or something like that, then we would need more staff to be able to truly address those operators.
Excuse me, on to TOT and TPA. Do both the ASTRs and the STRs pay both the transient occupancy tax and the tourism promotion?
Yes.
So both do, not just the short-term, unoccupied short-term rentals.
I believe they both do. And when you get a license, you have to register with our finance department. And then whether you have a license or not, if you are using one of the platforms that the city has an agreement with, then they're remitting the tax on behalf of the operators. They just don't necessarily they don't tell us at all who they're getting the tax from, but they give it to the city through an agreement. So,
again, thank you. I have all of these questions because I know that I have at least one neighborhood association who are very concerned about unoccupied short-term rentals because it takes away from the housing stock. And I know that I've done a lot of research and I've shared that information with you and reviewed what other communities do. And I'm wondering if you're setting up any guardrails for the number of short-term rentals to make sure that we don't oversaturate, but at the same time, see if we can still have some available for people that are visiting.
Yeah, right now the numbers that are operating licensed and unlicensed, is less than 1% of all of our housing units. We're not a coastal town, or we do have, of course, visitors, but not maybe at the scale at other cities. There are cities that put a cap on how many in a specific part of town that they'll approve, and so you have to wait for one to close before you can get another one, or they have caps overall. Those generally, you see that in cities that are really tourist destinations, and I think because we have this third-party vendor, so we can actually see what's going on out there, licensed or unlicensed. We can really track the percentage, and if it's growing over time to a point that it's a concern, that we would maybe bring in those at that time. We also only allow them in single families and duplex or condos. So, for example, we don't allow them in apartment units. We don't allow them in accessory dwelling units and other types of middle housing. So we are limiting the impact to housing overall, or at least that's the intent.
I believe you also are limiting that, say, a hedge fund or some financial organization can't come and buy up several in a row, or do you have any guardrails on sort of protecting that these units are maybe more managed locally and not sort of a hedge fund group that's bought up?
We don't have any restrictions on who can own and operate them. there is the licensing requirement. Part of having a license is having a local contact. So like a rental company or something, that we then provide that contact to the neighbors. So there's someone locally that they can call if there's an issue, especially if it's out of city office hours, so that there's at least somebody they can contact about what's going on the property. But no, we don't currently limit who can purchase and operate a short-term rental.
Thank you. I understand that the fee is around $7,000 now, but you're looking at reducing that. And I guess I'm just wanting to understand the rationale.
Sure. So if you're wanting to operate a short-term rental, so again, like a full-time business, in the single-family zone, residential zone, you need a conditional use permit, and that costs around $7,000 right now. In the report, we are proposing to create an administrative conditional use, and so we would have set standards that you have to meet, because many of our conditional use approvals, I know Councilor Gwynn has talked about before, have the same conditions of approval on them. And through administrative conditional use, we would send notice to the neighbors, but it wouldn't have a public hearing. And then we could place additional conditions on it because it's a conditional use at the staff level based on comments from the neighbors and neighborhood. Because it's administrative and it's not going to a public hearing at the hearings officer, it just would have a cheaper fee because we're not paying a hearings officer and we're not automatically having a public hearing. So based on other applications that are administrative, the comparison of work, we are estimating to be about $2,000 if we were to introduce that into the fee schedule.
Thank you for answering those questions. See if anybody else has any.
Councilor Gwynn, go ahead.
So Lisa, thank you for that. Yeah. Because I do watch those hearings, and I do know that that it's the same, like 5 or 6 conditions on every one. My question for you, though, is let's say there is that administrative approval and neighbors have a real concern, legitimate concern. Would there be an appeal process where they could say, we appreciate the approval, but did you consider this? And I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for...
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, it would have a local appeal. We haven't written that code section yet, but it would most likely be an appeal to the hearings officer. Just the way we're thinking about setting it up.
Seriously, thank you for your work on that. I appreciate it.
Welcome.
Very good. Are you going to make a motion about time? Perfect. Thank you.
I move to take us to 10:45.
Second.
11.
I'll move us to 11 then.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Anyone opposed? Nope. Okay. Moving forward then, are there any other questions for staff? Yeah, Councilor Tigan, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Lisa, just wanted to thank you for all of your help over the last year or so when these issues have come up in Ward 1 specifically and navigating those. And, similar to the conversation we just had about rights-of-way franchises, what I really appreciated about your information report were recommendations back to the council on how we can help smooth out some of the friction points with this program in the form of recommendations that can turn into motions and that we can deliberate as a council. And so I look forward to analyzing those further and bringing some of them back to council. And I would just, for the benefit of the rest of the staff, that sort of those recommendations in that information report are very helpful. So thank you.
Great. And if it seems like there's general kind of agreement on the recommendations in the staff report tonight, not asking for a vote or anything, our plan was to work on those amendments and add them into a larger package we're working on right now and bring those in December. So they would be part of the larger code amendment and that the council could then obviously deliberate on all of them officially during a public hearing in probably December.
That's great to know that you had something thought out. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else?
Again, thank you for answering my questions and moving us forward. Thanks.
Great. Thank you.
Might have been the longest information report topic we've ever had. That was worth talking about. Thanks so much. Okay, we're moving on to ordinances. Item 7.1.1.
Ordinance Bill number 1426, an ordinance establishing 20 miles per hour speed zones in select residential areas.
Do I interrupt?
I move to schedule a public hearing for ordinance bill number 1426, designating speed limits of 20 miles per hour on local residential streets and collector streets with less than 2,000 average annual daily traffic.
Second.
Motion and a second by Matthews. Councilor, anything to the motion? Okay, I believe Councilor Brown has something.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm looking forward to when this public hearing will be scheduled. But Director, I guess this question probably goes to you. In the staff report, 20 is plenty, which I love that. And a lot of these decisions were made prior to me being on the council. So I guess my question would be, when it comes to that public hearing, do we have an idea when that will be or when those will be?
We're probably, well, we got to look at the other public hearings that are going to be on the future council agendas to make sure we can fit it in. But I would likely look at this being the 28th of September or into October.
Got it. And also in the staff report, I think someone had mentioned that there are like nearly 3,000 signs will be installed under the new 20 is Plenty program. Do we have an estimate? Again, I'm just asking, do we have an estimate as to how many of those would be per ward?
I don't know if we have that yet, but Hayden is here. He's the detail guy, so he's got all the detailed information.
And I know Hayden loves those details.
Yes.
Hi, Hayden Dettinger, City of Salem Public Works. I don't have numbers for specific amounts in each ward, but there is a map where we've published online all of the locations of the individual signs, and that's also split out by neighborhood association rather than ward. So that map's available on the City of Salem website, but I don't have numbers for amounts per ward.
Oh, no worries. Councilor Vang showed me all the blue dots. I saw them all.
There's a lot, yeah.
So I guess my last question would be that, one, before the question, I just want to say thank you to the Public Works Department, because I know in Ward 5, especially in the Northeast area, there was a lot of concern about, speeding and, near schools and whatnot. And your team did a phenomenal job in just, adding more stop signs and whatnot. And so I appreciate that. So I guess as we look toward that public hearing, will there be another opportunity, I guess, to engage with the public, even after this upcoming scheduled one?
Yeah, so the opportunities for public engagement are kind of twofold. In addition to the 20 is Plenty campaign and the lowering of the speed limits, we're also currently working on a transportation safety action plan in the Public Works Department. The public involvement campaign for the 20 is Plenty will be kicking off in October, and the intent of that beginning in October is to make sure that the public is really well informed of what's coming and that nothing's a surprise to them. In addition to that, we've done some public outreach for 20 is Plenty and the Transportation Safety Action Plan over the summer. We held a series of 3 open houses to talk to folks about both halves of this project. We'll be re-engaging with the public once we get a little further along in the Transportation Safety Action Plan as well, to discuss some infrastructure countermeasures and things along those lines. So there's a few different places that public involvement comes into play here throughout the next year and a half or so.
Got it. And Hayden, probably wise just for me to hold my questions until then, right?
Go ahead. Anything you got, have an answer.
No, we're good. I can wait until the fall. It's all good. Thank you, though.
Of course.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilor Vang?
Thank you, Mayor. And following Councilor Brown's comments and questions, I did pull up the map and looked at the blue dots, and I appreciate staff putting those in. And I know that a lot of residents in East Salem will appreciate that, especially out at the new housing development, by the schools. Lowering that speed limit would definitely help with traffic and pedestrian safety. So I appreciate staff and the outreach and the work that you guys have done. So I look forward to the public hearing, and I'm glad to see that there's a lot of good progress being done.
I guess one thing I would just add is all that is going to go into our GIS system, and so we will be able to get numbers based on ward once all that's in the system, and we'll share that with council.
Councilor Nishioka.
Director Martin, I just want to review. I think that we received grant funding to help pay for all of this. You might want to just, I think that might have been even a couple years ago. So might you just speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we submitted a grant application. 20 is Plenty was part of it. The Vision Zero was part of it. We had some, I think, radar signs, and then doing some analysis of how well it works, you know, getting information beforehand and then comparing it to afterwards. So all of that combined was $2.8 million of federal funding. So yeah, this is paid for by the federal government.
Thank you.
And just to underscore that, $2.8 million, that's a lot of money. And not to just run past that lightly, but the very fact that the staff took time to apply for the grant, and for those of us that know that applying for grants is not easy, there's a lot of hard work that goes behind that. So to underscore that, highlight it, put it in bold, that's a lot of money, but also just kudos to your staff and working hard just to get that grant approved. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. They did a great job.
All right, anyone else? Well, to quote Tesla, signs everywhere, the signs, right? Remember that song? Okay, I think we are ready for a roll call.
Councilor Brown.
Aye.
Councilor Vang.
Aye.
Councilor Nordyke.
I'll circle back.
Aye, sorry about that. My battery's running low here.
Thank you. Councilor Varney.
Aye.
Councilor Tigan.
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councilor Matthews.
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn.
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Aye. Moving on to item 7.1.2.
Ordinance Bill number 926, an ordinance relating to the Fire Prevention Code, amending SRC 58.175.
I move to advance ordinance bill number 9-26 to second reading for passage.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Varney. Counselor, anything to the motion? No. Any discussion?
I have a question.
Counselor Gwynn.
Chief, can you tell us what this means?
Good evening, Dave Gerbeau, Fire Chief. Thank you. So this particular ordinance is cleanup from the ordinance that we changed in FY26. We moved all of our permit fees to a one-year schedule. This is the one that didn't get captured. It's a permit fee for large quantities of propane, compressed natural gas. It's on a 10-year permit right now, which is just not reasonable for how many changes happen within businesses. It'll align with all of our permit fees that are annual.
So can you tell us like what types of businesses will be affected, and do you know how many?
Yep, so there's approximately 120 right now that have this permit. Anybody that's in the 10-year permit now, they'll just be, we won't go retroactive. They'll just have to finish their 10-year permit, so there won't be a fee coming for that. Types of businesses, they have large quantities of propane, so generally over 1,000 gallons of propane. And with about 90% of those businesses, they have more than one operational permit. So if we get one operational permit, it's $200. We provide a discount because we're already on site, so a second operational permit is $50. So 90% of the businesses of those 120 will end up paying $50.
But what kinds of businesses? Like, can you give me examples? Because I don't know who would use that much.
Well, propane storage companies would be one of them. Yeah, fueling, some use it for fueling for their fleet, some use it for industrial applications.
Yes, Councilor Matthews.
The fee structure sounds fairly reasonable to me, but just because we are shifting from a 10-year permit to a one-year permit, is it applicable, or is it still somewhat on par with what a 10-year permit was costing, or as far as?
Well, we changed all the fees completely. So it was $200 for every 10 years. for those 120. So now it is annual, but as I mentioned, 90% of them will have more than one permit, so they'll get a discount on it. It's industry standard. How we had 10 years, really not sure, but it's part of just some of the cleanup on all of our divisions, but community risk reduction certainly.
But some sort of, I assume, notification went out to all the businesses. They were all informed. This is not going to be like a surprise for them when they come in for their 10-year permit next year and it ends up being a 1 for the same price.
Yeah, it won't. No, we're very open. We sent out all the notices, but as mentioned, if they had, like, we did 80 of those this year, just how it cycled. So those 80 businesses will not have a permit until 2036.
I see. Okay. On average, do we do about 80 a year? Or is it which of
No,
this year?
this is just a heavy year. It's only 120, so we just happen to do 80 this year.
Got it.
Wow. Anybody else? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Okay. That's it. All righty. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Bing.
Aye.
Councilor Nordike. Councilor Varney.
Aye.
Councilor Tigan.
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councilor Matthews.
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councilor Brown.
Aye.
Councilor Nordike. Mayor Julie White.
Aye. All right. We are moving on then to item 7.1.
All right. I move to delay first reading on ordinance 13-26 until after the public hearing is completed.
Second.
Motion and a second by Gwynn. Counselor, anything to the motion? Okay. For obvious reasons, right? Okay. And no further discussion? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Nordike. Okay. Councilor Varney.
Aye.
Councilor Tigan.
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councilor Matthews.
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councilor Brown.
Aye.
Councilor Bang.
Aye.
Mayor Julie White.
Aye. All right. We are moving on to public comment. We need a little more time, probably. Can you just give us till 11:15, please?
I move that we extend our meeting to 11:15.
Second.
Oh, that was close. Second by Gwynn. And anyone opposed to that? Great. Perfect. We're going to get to our public comment. I'd like to call Aaron Grimm. Please announce your name, your address, or your ward for the record. Aaron Grimm, followed by Terry Finch.
Hello, my name is Erin Grimm, and I'm from Ward 1. I'd like to take a moment to talk about how we address our city manager, Christian Nambieri. I think it's important to remember something we all share. What we want is best for the city of Salem. The city manager, mayor, council, city employees, and members of our community may have different perspectives on what that looks like or how we get there. Disagreement is part of working through difficult issues, and those conversations are important. I have worked with Krishna for 20 years and have seen firsthand how much she cares about Salem, our employees, and the people we serve. She has dedicated more than 26 years of her career to the city, and I know how seriously she takes that responsibility. One of Krishna's many superpowers is listening. She takes great care to hear different perspectives, gather the facts, understand concerns, and consider ideas before moving forward. At this time, I ask that we remember the person behind the title. Krishna is our city manager, but she is also a mother, daughter, sister, wife, friend, and colleague. So before raising our voices or speaking out of anger, I hope we ask ourselves, would I want someone speaking to this way to someone I love? We can disagree, be frustrated, challenge decisions, and ask difficult questions. Though all of that, we can still treat the person in front of us with dignity and respect. As I share our concerns, I hope we remember the humanity of the person on the other side of the conversation and extend to one another the same respect we would want to show to the people we love. Thank you.
Terry Finch. John Merrill. Bonnie Sims. Kathleen Treppa.
Yes, thank you. Kathleen Treppa, Ward 7, and I know it's very late. So my request was to ask staff if they could update the project page for the VERIS application. It hasn't been updated since August 1st. It had a ton of information at the very beginning of this project, which was hugely helpful. In fact, one of the things that I was going to ask is if you would update it for the status of the moratorium. And maybe I misunderstood or I didn't hear this correctly, but it sounds as if the city hasn't yet submitted the findings to the state. We haven't started that 45-day period. I'm not sure if I heard that correctly or not. You have, it hasn't been submitted. That's okay, you don't have to answer. You're gonna take my time. Maybe you can wait until I'm done, if that's okay. So if you could update for the status of that. One of the other big questions that is floating around out there in the community is how the moratorium actually intersects with the VERIS application. And does the VERIS application have to be substantially complete to benefit from the moratorium? Or can they just submit whatever it is that they submit, and because they got something in, automatically they're under the moratorium? I would suspect that the application would need to be substantially complete, but it would be helpful if staff would clarify that. And the other stuff can wait, but I guess my only other comment is, I had a couple other things. So I have submitted 2 public records requests. I've been told that there are responsive documents, but I haven't been given sort of an estimated timeline, one of which is very simple, like what is the status of the Mill Creek URA? Is that done, or is it being retired? There was a prior staff report that said it would be because you just about reached your maximum indebtedness, but I don't know where that is or if staff's working on a substantial amendment to extend that out. I have no idea, but that didn't seem like a complicated public records request, and I haven't had a response, so that would be really helpful. And then I just now, after this evening's conversation, wonder if there are any NDAs associated with developers that are interested in developing in the Waterfront URA. So thank you very much.
Rachel Atchison.
Before Ms. Atchison speaks, Mr. Atchison would just like to clarify that. Thank you. We have submitted the 45-day notice to DLCD for the moratorium. The rest of the questions I think we'll need a longer time to respond to.
Okay.
Rachel Atchison, Ward 3. So a couple of things. At last council meeting, we were told by some of you that our requests for accountability from city staff regarding the way the VERIS project was dropped on us were synonymous with personal attacks. I will reiterate that what we were asking for is accountability. No matter how wonderful a resume is, if public servants are not held responsible for their actions, the result is that the behavior is rewarded and reinforced. Last year, when NDAs were being signed, it was common knowledge that AI data centers were having serious negative effects on the communities where they were operating. At best, it was negligent to enter that agreement, and at worst, it was a deliberate attempt to hide the proposed development from the residents of Salem until our hands were tied by outdated zoning laws. I understand that you'd like this to go away, but we still deserve accountability from someone. Mayor Hoy asked the public to, and I quote, be less unkind toward a process that is just simply in place. Besides being a ridiculous thing to say, that was exactly what we were being unkind about, because your process absolutely does not meet the moment that we're in with hyperscale data centers. Also, among many other things, I'm concerned about the timeline that was presented for the community benefit agreement associated with this Mill Creek development, because it shows Veris beginning construction well before any benefit is finalized. And I don't understand then what their incentive will be to give anything to our community after they've already gotten everything they want. We've seen them describe the project as ultra lower water use, whatever that is. They calculate said use based on 50 years of average temperatures, and we know those numbers don't hold up at all when you look at our last 5 years. They described their relationships as NDA-free. They told SEDCOR that no diesel generators would be used, and now the plan calls for 88 of them. Just a decidedly kind reminder that these companies are not honest, and there is no amount of money worth letting them irreparably harm our community.
All right. That's all we have for public testimony. Nobody was online. Is that correct? Okay. If there's nothing further, we're adjourned.